Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The programme will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats now and silence all personal electronic devices. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Wow. I was testing. I shouldn't be testing on. Hey, hello, everyone. I have a hand mic this time because I'm only on for literally a couple of seconds, which is good. That music, I didn't realize it. We've got it online. If you want to listen to it to your heart's content, it's on SoundCloud. All right, it's good. Yeah. So I can't remember who asked. There was a lot of people asked last night whether it was online. So that's why it's online, because you did ask, so we got it online for you. Welcome to day 2, at least. This is obviously it's a kind of a bit of it's a smaller event today, a lot more intimate for us. It's your chance for you to be able to ask us questions and kind of start engaging with the multiple browser vendor teams and the people actually building on the platform today. So we want this to be a very collaborative and kind of collaborative style of event for everyone today, which is really good. I'm excited about that, actually, because it's not very often that we get to kind of get direct feedback about everything that we've done. Yesterday, we were talking a lot, and there was a lot of information, and I'm sorry that I ran over and it got everyone really late in the end, but there was a lot of information. Now today is all about people putting things into practice, which is a really good thing, I think, because there are quite a few developers who have been out there, they deployed production-ready applications, and they're kind of seeing benefits from it, so you'll hear from them today. And then there's also a number of browser vendors here as well, talking about their kind of vision for the future, especially with progressive web apps, which I think is a really exciting story to tell. I do want to remind everyone, again, we do have a code of conduct. I'm not going to go into it too much, but we are, and we want to make sure we're a very inclusive environment. And we want to make sure that no matter your experience, your kind of skills, everyone listens and kind of shares experiences, and we just have a great time. We do have this, and everyone told me I made a mistake when I said this. We have a zero tolerance. Oh, I've messed it up again. We have a zero tolerance policy for harassment. So any harassment of any kind, if you report it, we'll try and action it as well as we can. So please do let us know if you have any issues, and we'll sort them out. Any criticisms, any feedback, any positive feedback as well, things as well. We always want to hear this, and so we can make this event and future events even better. The agenda today, again, it's pretty packed in terms of talks, but we kind of finish at midday with a panel session with Jeremy Keith and a whole bunch of the browser vendors as well. We did share the link around, and I've got a link in a minute, but make sure you get your questions in so that we can make sure that you have your questions answered if you don't want to ask them in person. We will have this microphone, which we can throw all over the place. It's going to be interesting to see how this works. We actually literally have to throw the microphone to do it, but we'll sort that out. But you'll be able to ask in-person questions as well. It is your chance to get your kind of issues, concerns, maybe even positive comments as well to the browser vendors about what you think the future of the platform should be. We'll break at 11, back at 11:30, and then have a lunch at 1:30 till 2. It's a relatively short lunch, and the reason why we have a short lunch is because at the same time, we're going to run office hours and code labs. The code labs will be upstairs, and I'll talk about that in the morning a bit more. So again, we are kind of manning all the kind of different channels and different ways that you can talk to us. If you have questions that you want to get answered as well, throw them on either the Slack or on Chromium Dev, and we'll try and get that sorted. Definitely, we just want to listen to your feedback and answer any questions that you have. The code labs, we do have a dedicated area upstairs on the 3rd floor. When you come in, you have to find, there's a couple of lifts you'll see. It is a little bit out of the way, seems a little bit out of the way, but we've got the ability for you to have space with power and a whole bunch of other stuff to go and actually build and put into practice progressive web apps. We've got tutorials, guides. We've got engineers as well from our team and the Chrome team as well there to be able to help you if you have any questions as well. So it's a nice way just to start playing with code and getting it live, and we have that time today to be able to do that. The office hours, there's a lot of things on the office hours today. We have 2 sections for the office hours, roughly about an hour and a half each. Paul Irish is kindly staffing DevTools. If you want to talk about DevTools, he'll be there all afternoon. We've got some media, Microsoft, Samsung, Opera, Mozilla will be there to be able to kind of take your questions, and you'll be able to go up and talk to them. So dedicated time to make sure that you can go and find and speak to the people that you want to talk to. More information is on the website about the office hours that are happening, and it'll be clearly signposted around, and it'll be in the foyer, the lobby area today. Again, I just want to remind you, Q&A panel, that's the URL. If you can't get us on Slack or Chromium Dev, just drop them in there, and we'll make sure it's at least on the agenda. And then the people running the actual panel itself will kind of try and get to the questions. And that's it. That's me done. I'm going to come on every talk just to kind of introduce the next person, which means I can actually now introduce the next person. So from Conga, I think, was it Cape Town you came from today? All the way from Cape Town for this event. Andrew Murray from Conga.
So, who here enjoys deploying production changes late night, last minute on a Friday night? Well, you really shouldn't. I certainly don't, and neither does my team. So we had to break some rules to be able to join you here at the Dev Summit, to be able to release our progressive web app just in time. So hello, my name is Andrew. and I work for a company called Conga, and I'm here today to tell you a little bit more about our new progressive web app, Conga Easy. So let me find my clicker. Hey, this is not working. Just give me a moment. One minute. It was working a minute ago. Can I get a show of hands? Has anybody been to Cape Town before? Got a couple, that's good. Anybody been to Lagos before? Lagos, Nigeria. Wonderful, I'm glad to see you there. So if you'd like to see what we're building and what all these improvements to the web, I urge you to come and visit us in Africa and see how these changes are actually affecting people in Africa. Yeah. It's a good start to the day. I mean, I can use the... Yeah, I can use them. It's working. Great. Thanks. So, what is Conga? So Conga is an online shopping website in Nigeria, a leading one, and we have a product catalog consisting of products from our marketplace. So we have our merchant partners who manage and upload and manage inventory and orders, etc., in a separate system. And so it's consisting of marketplace products and retail products, our own in-house retail products. So we currently operate in Nigeria, but our mission is actually to become the engine of trade and commerce in Africa as a whole. That's our mission statement. So we have teams based in Lagos, Nigeria, and in Cape Town, South Africa. And the main reason I enjoy working at Conga is that through business service and technology, we actually make a difference to people's lives, we add value, and we can see these changes on a relatively easy scale. So we offer support to SMEs and provide a wider selection of products to consumers and customers, and we're actively making a difference to these people. There's not a large amount of brick-and-mortar shops, so for consumers to be able to have access to this product selection makes a difference. I would like to extend a serious thank you to the awesome team of technologists based in Cape Town in Nigeria, and I'm extremely proud of the work that they've done over the last couple of weeks. It's been an extremely short period of time, and I'd like to say a big thank you to them. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Nigerian market and the network infrastructure there. It's not normal, not simple. There's about 185 million people in Nigeria, and of that number, about 100 million internet users. And this is a difficult number to manage because Nigerians are known for multi-SIMming, so they'll have multiple SIM cards. And the reason for doing that is because the telcos, the telecommunication companies, have varying rates and varying network coverage. So that's probably not a very unique number. But of that, we have a high mobile penetration, 80%. And here's an interesting stat, that 65 or 64% of all traffic in this area is being served on 2G, and actually about 15% is being served on the edge network, and which leaves a remaining 20% that's being served over Wi-Fi and 3G. So you can see this is relatively problematic, and I'll explain why in a moment. So Nigerians, fantastic people, they're particularly price sensitive, so they're willing to sacrifice almost any other aspect of a product over price. And this is a source from McKinsey. So besides being price sensitive, this obviously relates to being data sensitive, and obviously there's an associated cost with data. And these numbers are not particularly correct. I'm just trying to paint a picture here, so don't quote me on these numbers. But imagine if the minimum wage in Nigeria of about 18,000 naira, or more or less $100 US per month, and imagine the cost per megabyte of data. And I've said here it's 0.5, but I know it's actually it is coming down, and I look forward to it reducing even further. But the picture I'm trying to paint here is the fact that there's a non-negligible amount, a significant percentage of that monthly wage could be spent on downloading our app, and this is something we would like to mitigate. So we also have mobile traffic, very strong mobile traffic, iOS and Android apps. So besides that, if you just look at our web traffic, and we have a responsive web application, our current traffic is sitting at about 60% mobile, or mobile web, and about 5% tablet, and the remaining is desktop. So you can see our customer base is actually quite focused on mobile web. So why progressive web apps? I think it's actually quite simple. It's actually really, really well suited to our use case. So right now, and traditionally, we've had about 3.5 years of operation, and in that time, we've built a responsive web design, a responsive desktop application. And it works really well on Wi-Fi and 3G, as you'd imagine. But I guess if you look at 2G networks and the average transfer rate on our CDN, it's sitting at about 250 kilobits per second, which is obviously not ideal if you're trying to download a homepage for the first time, and it sits at 2.5 megabytes. You can imagine how long this takes for our users. So that's the first area that pushed us into progressive web apps. The native apps, so one of the major problems is we're a startup, and we're changing our business model pretty fast. So in these environments, it's very difficult to produce a native app and expect that to last the duration of our business model. So essentially, we're changing features all the time, and every time we make a change to these features or to these apps, we have to release a new version. And with this new version comes an upgrade cost, and our users they don't want to upgrade. Well, they don't want to spend 15 megabytes upgrading the app. So what we've ended up with, the result is a long list of versions that we can't really support, and the users refuse to upgrade. And then finally, these native apps are pretty much thin HTTP clients, so they do work under sort of degraded networks, but it's not really built with offline first in mind. So we could have gone an incremental route, or should we go from scratch? And it just happened to coincide with something else that's going on in our engineering department, which is a re-platforming. And so at this moment, we're actually breaking down our monolithic e-commerce application into a bunch of smaller, independently deployable, independently scalable microservices. So this is actually the focus of our engineering department at the moment. So we started with a complete mobile web redesign, so just a design optimization, and a lot of these improvements have come from this redesign phase, not only from progressive web app technology, but also from the fact that we looked at our design and said, okay, let's stop serving 800 kilobyte images to our users. So the focus was on clean and simple UI, as well as a slick customer experience, a user experience. So we designed features and applications as a whole with an offline-first approach. So we looked at a bunch of different areas of the application and decided to build this with an offline-first in mind. So we started with an app manifest. So that's the first thing we did when we moved to progressive web app, and it gives us the ability to add the app to home screen and to launch it in standalone mode. And then, as you can see here, we have a little coach mark and an action, a call to action. And then the next thing we did was added a service worker, and we use this as a network proxy, and it gives us control over the network layer. And we utilize the service worker to cache all resources and requests that come through it before it hits the network. And we use the fastest cache strategy. This ensures that our app content renders quickly and even during intermittent network connectivity or a completely degraded network. So those are the first two things. We added an app manifest and a service worker. The next part, we decided to use the application shell architecture to load all app static content and data on initial load. So we cache them, and then only after they've loaded, we render them to the user. So the app shell architecture consists of HTML, CSS, and all the JavaScript we require to bootstrap the site, excluding all the user data. So other than the app manifest splash screen, we also added our own splash screen that we basically show that until all of that content is loaded, and then release that and render it to the user. So the other thing we've done with the app shell is we've vulcanized all of these components into a single file. So when the site loads, we load the entire file first before we render it. This process concatenates all custom elements into a single file. So all of our custom web components, as well as the Polymer components and third-party components, they're all compressed into one file. And something that we get out of it is very simply We get some extra linting, some optimization, as well as the minification of our resources. The next part of our app journey was looking at the background sync API. So this really suits us well for analytics and tracking of offline actions. And there's another element to this that we're very interested in using, and that's the idea to provide some sort of offline checkout capability. So the problem with this is, imagine I'm offline and I'm looking at a product. How can I guarantee that that price and that stock quantity is available at the time that that background sync event happens and it sends an action to the server? We can't really guarantee that. So that's something we're working on. We're looking to innovate in this area and hopefully use background sync to provide a solid offline checkout experience. So with Polymer, we pretty much went with a bare bones approach. We avoided third-party libraries in order to reduce the app size and focus on speed. We chose to use plain JavaScript. I think it's quite common knowledge that plain JavaScript can outperform third-party libraries. So we didn't include jQuery or Angular or the like. So we also we ensured that we only declared properties that we used and tried to focus on reusing JavaScript functions where we could. So it's a pretty bare bones approach to Polymer. So some of the practices that we followed, we tended to use reusable web components, so we built some of our own custom elements. And the challenge that we had was when we had to fully define each element before we used them and control its scope. And we often found ourselves in situations where elements were being forced to be reused, but ended up performing different actions that they were initially intended for. So that's one of the areas that we struggled with. And then quite simply, we managed packages using NPM and dependencies with Bower. And we decided to lock down all of these dependencies to avoid introducing errors into our staging and production environments, and instead built those checks into our build process and sort of manually managed that dependency upgrade piece. Then another thing that we did was and we're still working on it, is a custom web component repository that we manage with Bower. And some of the pieces that we've figured out here, we hope to roll out to other areas of our applications and our systems. So hopefully we'll be able to use these web components across projects and manage that with Bower. So some of the major obstacles, I think we've all heard about some of the challenges supporting Safari, and I think we've made some really good progress. I'm not going to explain all of that today, but we will continue, and I think we'll probably get that right pretty soon. And so one of the largest things, one of the obstacles, I wouldn't really call it an obstacle, it's more like a challenge, is the learning curve of moving from normal web development to progressive web app sort of technology. But even more so, we had a resourcing issue. So all of our web developers are building certain projects at work, and the only team that was available at the time to look at this was our native engineering team. So these are experienced engineers, senior engineers, who've been working on iOS and Android for a long period of time. And I tasked them to build this progressive web app. So you can imagine their initial concerns. But I can say they led this engineering effort, and I'm very proud of what they've done, making a switch from compiled sort of native app environment to web development. And I think we've had a fantastic result come out of them. So well done to them. So we had some problems with modularity of web components. So you normally need to define a style for a specific component, and whether to do it for specific ones or global rules. So this is kind of something that we struggled with, and we're still working through, and I hope to figure it out over the next couple of weeks. And then finally, here's a swear word in our office at the moment, is cross-origin resource sharing. And I think some people would probably agree. If you're sharing resources across domains and across systems and different services, it becomes extremely problematic. So if I could make a suggestion to teams that have that shared domain within their systems, I'd probably spend quite a bit of time preparing to mitigate against this kind of thing. We always end up deploying something to production, or not to production, to staging, and it just doesn't work. And 9 times out of 10, it'll be a cause issue. And I'd like to explain more about obstacles that we faced during this journey, but the honest truth is the real obstacles we faced were internal ones, not really major obstacles moving towards progressive web app. And yeah. So, as I said, late Friday night deployments. We deployed our beta version this last Friday, just before I flew here. And this is a sneak peek. We decided not to release to all of our public. We're actually a very highly transactional website, and we didn't want to destroy all of our revenue at once. So what we did was we handpicked very specifically 50 users, and we're currently going through, I guess we can call it an A/B test. So we're just presenting this new web application to 50 of our customers, and we'll probably add more as we go, and we'll be gathering metrics and making changes as we understand more about the app and more about the users on the app. So it's live. So here's some of the initial results, which I'm extremely proud to present. And the reason why I'm so excited about it is because you can actually see this effect on our customers. And I wish I could explain more. I think you'd need to sit in some of our usability tests, and you'd understand. So I think one of the excerpts I'm taking from one of the usability tests I'd seen was a user, he'd searched for something on our website, and he'd seen a big list of an infinite scroll of products. And as he was scrolling through these products, he exclaimed, "I can't scroll like this, it's costing me too much money," which is a serious indication of how sensitive people are with regards to data. So the first thing that we achieved out of this is for the homepage, well, it's not very difficult if you think about that original image I showed you with 7 images in a slider, each at 800 kilobytes per image. So again, this is a large optimization came from a redesign, not only on progressive web app, but a big component of it is. So 92% less data on initial load, and most importantly, 82% less data to complete a first transaction. So the mindset is, I'm shopping on your site, it's costing me money to be able to check out on top of the actual order value. So I'm excited to be able to present this to our customers. It's not shopping for free, but at 82% less cost. So that's what it looks like. As you can see, I'm just showing you the previous design as opposed to our Conga Easy progressive web app. Very simple, very clean. It's like a before and after picture. And this is another before and after picture. It's not that we were actively looking at these metrics. I'm assuming that we will start to seriously look at these pieces, but I just happened to catch it before and afterwards. And I don't know why the page speed score went down. I'll have to go and investigate what happened there. But the page load time, and this is obviously sitting on a wired connection. I don't know where GTmetrix servers are, but they're obviously wired to get a 5.5-second homepage load time. And we've gone down to 1.2 seconds. And more importantly, a 2-megabyte homepage is now being served at 140 kilobytes. And as you can see, the 151 network requests have become 9. So this is something I'm excited about. And another area that we're preparing for, we didn't really struggle with migrating to HTTPS because we'd been preparing to go to HTTP2, which is a prerequisite. So at this point, this is something that we didn't struggle with, but I'd urge people to take that dive, specifically for some of the gains that are coming in HTTP2. So here I'm going to show you 5 major areas of the application that we focused on in terms of an offline first experience. And the first one is the catalog experience. So as you've seen in other applications, it's possible to just cache all of these requests and responses with service worker cache, or even in the IDB database. And so what you can see me doing here is browsing, and what happens when I switch off the network is a little pop-up comes up and it says, hey, you're offline, click here to be able to browse offline, and it takes you to our accounts section, and you can click on your recently viewed items and see all the products that you'd seen. So it's aggregating all of the catalog data that's been cached and representing it to the user. The second feature is our wish list. So we've depicted it as save for later. And the idea is that you've saved these products on your device, you surely should be able to view them at a later time. And you can just see me here switching off the network and being able to navigate to my wish list, to my saved items, so that I can shop even when the network is down. Well, not shop, but at least continue to view these products. So, can I have the audience raise their hands? Has anyone ever added any livestock to cart? Okay. Well, if you haven't added any livestock to cart, you can now come to Conga. And this is not an uncommon thing, actually. So I've personally done so and had livestock delivered with a bow tie delivered right to my doorstep. So I'm trying to show you three features here: cart, profile, and checkout. And what I'm trying to show you here is, I'll wait for it to move forward. But what I'm trying to show you is I'm in an online state. I'm searching for a live goat. And I'm presented with a response. Obviously, this is a search result, so I need to be online for that. I find my product, and let's imagine the network dies. And initially, I wouldn't be able to add to cart, specifically if it was an API call. But in this case, we've moved all of our logic client-side, and we're controlling the user experience and that entire journey on the client side. So I'm able to add to cart. In this case, add a goat to cart. And I'm able to continue viewing my cart, viewing all the price and the state of my cart in an offline mode. And right now, in this specific screen grab, I'm just showing you our current offline checkout. I have mentioned some changes that are coming to that checkout process. But instead of being able to check out, it sees I'm in an offline state, and it allows me just to call to order. And we have a team of customer experience representatives waiting for offline checkout. So what's next for Conga Easy? As I said, we're in a beta mode. We're currently collecting data and UX metrics, and hopefully, depending on what we find, we'll make a few more last-minute changes before releasing to the wider audience in Nigeria. We're going to continue to solidify our offline capabilities. I've shown you some features, and we're hoping to apply that approach to all of the components of the application. And then, as Owen said yesterday, we have started on our push implementation, but we're going to implement timely, precise, and relevant notifications quite shortly. The final part is obviously to continue supporting all browsers, and I'm very excited to see so many vendors here today, and I'm looking forward to being able to produce a consistent, progressive web application to all of our customers. Thank you.
Is this on? Hey. That was actually great. So up next, we're going to have Samsung, which is a really good thing. So the thing I'm trying to get across today, at least anyway, I think we're trying to get across today, is that there's a very broad ecosystem at the moment for support for progressive web apps, and people are actually building it today. So I think it's kind of interesting how I think about building web applications and how different developers and different users in different contexts, so like in Nigeria, for instance, how they're building web applications to solve different problems than I ever think about, which I think is quite a powerful thing. We are going to have Samsung up now. The great thing about this is that, obviously, I mean, who's got a Samsung device? Can you raise your hand? Maybe I've actually preempted some of their questions, so it's pretty cool. So if you have a Samsung device, you'll probably know that they've got their own browser bit on there, and it's, if you look at things like Stats Counter, you'll see that there's a massive increase in usage. And I think this is a very interesting and compelling thing, because it shows that the web is not just about Chrome, it's not just about kind of Safari either, as well, especially on the mobile platforms. So it's a really interesting space to be in at the moment. Are we ready? Cool. It's a really interesting space to be at the moment. I think this is kind of quite a powerful thing from our side, is because any user everywhere can access great experiences, and we're starting to see these things come through. And I'm going to preempt some of it, but you'll see some of the things that Samsung have been doing, especially on the improvements of the web platform, leading the way and pushing the specifications and standards. And I think they're going to have a really kind of interesting talk to see that, how the web is evolving. So without much further ado, I'm going to introduce Daniel Appelquist from Samsung and the W3C tag, and then also Junkie Song as well from the Samsung team. So, do you want to come on stage?
Wonderful music. It's like Philip Glass without the irony. Okay, I'm here to talk about Samsung Internet with my colleague Jung-Ki Song. First of all, just by way of introduction, I'm working for Samsung as an ambassador for the Samsung Internet project, and you may have also heard my name because I am co-chair of something in the W3C called the Technical Architecture Group, or the TAG. It's a group that Alex Russell also sits on, and it's kind of a steering committee for web standardization, particularly around W3C stuff. I've also been working on the web since before there was a web. Like Alex, I also remember when you had to yell, "Don't pick up the phone." And I've also been working to bring the web to mobile for quite some time. So I'm going to talk about some of the work that I did originally on something called the Mobile Web Initiative, which is from a kind of earlier era of the mobile web. But I think it's important to realize that mobile devices have been around on the web for a while, and we're really now coming into a new phase, I think. Jung-Ki here, who's going to talk for most of the presentation, is a core member of the Samsung Internet engineering team, and he is also co-editor of the service worker specification. So he's been working within the progressive web app sphere for quite a while as well. Anyway, if you've been paying attention to yesterday's presentations, you may have noticed something. When people listed out browsers, along with other great browsers out there, there was also something else, something that you might not have recognized, right? Okay, so, yeah. Yeah, I knew about these other things, but really? I knew about these other things, but what is this? What is Samsung Internet? What's this doing here? What's this new logo that I don't recognize, right? We're going to answer those questions today. So I want to tell you about, we're going to tell you a little bit about what Samsung Internet is and why it's there, and how, and the work that we're doing on it, and why we're pretty excited about it. Although, since I am applying for UK citizenship right now, I am legally prohibited from using the word awesome. So I can't say that about it, but it is really great. So we're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about progressive web apps and, in particular, Service Worker. Then I'm going to have a brief break for some philosophy, and then I'm going to talk about something else at the very end that's quite interesting to us and is of particular interest to Samsung, which is web and VR, and some work that we're doing to bring web and VR together. That you might not have heard of. And throughout this, we're going to be re-emphasizing something here, which is our commitment to standards, and in particular, our commitment to implementation of web standards and our work that we've been doing in order to promote web standards and to develop those web standards and to really make sure that we have a web that's based on standards. So first of all, I want to talk a little bit about Samsung Internet. What is Samsung Internet? So our articulation of it is that it's the latest web tech in an easy-to-use package, right? So it's the default browser on Samsung phones, on in particular Samsung Galaxy smartphones and tablets. It's based on a Chromium project, open source, obviously. But what you might not be aware of is that Samsung is also a major contributor and committer into Chromium. So we've actually got a lot of engineers based in Seoul, based in Boston, that are not only working with the Chromium project, but also working very much as a part of the Chromium project. And as a separate project that we have, which is Gear VR browser, this is our VR-specific browser. It's based on the same core, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. So why should you care about Samsung browser? Why should you care about any of this? I wanted to display a graph which I think articulates why you should care. So in Europe, according to StatCounter data, Samsung Internet is actually the #3 browser, only behind, well, Chrome and Safari. This is for all mobile browsing. So this is actually a pretty significant number, and the number in North America is pretty similar. So once StatCounter actually started breaking out Samsung Internet from the relevant Chrome version, it became quite clear that we actually had a pretty sizable market share. In fact, beating out the previous kind of Android browser, which includes, which is the kind of legacy device browser. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is this. So why is that? Why is that? Because when people get their new smartphone, when regular people kind of get their new Samsung phone, they turn it on and they see a button that says Internet, and they're like, I want to use the Internet. Okay, they hit that and they start using the web. And we want to make sure that that experience is as up to date and as good as it can be. They can get the best possible web experience, including support for progressive web apps. And we want to make sure that that's in place. So some other features of Samsung Internet that kind of differentiate it. First of all, we've got password keeping, which integrates with the fingerprint sensor. So that's kind of in line with integrating into the device, integrating into the device capabilities. We've got a focus right now on protecting users' privacy, or privacy. And that's partly why we've implemented a secret mode, which is like the incognito mode or privacy mode. But also, we have a content blocking extension API in Samsung Internet, which is quite innovative, I think. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. There's an enhanced multimedia experience and mobile to VR continuous experience. I'm going to talk about that in a second. And we've also got custom tab support. And if you want to read more developer resources about Samsung Internet and what differentiates it, this is the URL to go to. So importantly, Samsung Internet also supports not only the latest and greatest Samsung devices, but it's also backported to a whole bunch of previous generation devices. That's something new for Samsung. Another thing that is new is that updates are not linked to firmware releases, right? So now we have automatic updates that are rolling out through the Google Play Store, and that is best practice, and that's something that we that kind of changed with the release of 4.0 browser earlier this year, which also included progressive web app support and push notifications. Right, so I just want to cover content blocking API. This is a third-party This is a third-party API that basically allows third parties to build content blockers. So we have AdBlock Fast and Crystal, which are already in the Play Store, and you can download those and install them separately. We developed this because there's a strong user demand for content blocking applications like this. And it's quite controversial, but again, I think part of the reasoning here is to help users to protect their privacy and help them protect their personal data. Because really, when you're talking about content blockers, you're talking about tracking blockers mostly these days. So Samsung's approach to this is to build an API but to allow the third-party developer community to build these blockers. And finally, before I hand over to my colleague, I want to mention that we are actually building a developer relations team based in London, which I'm going to be working with. And what we hope to be doing there is to support developers in Europe and other places to be you're going to see a lot of us speaking at conferences. You're going to see more people from Samsung Internet kind of talking about progressive web apps, talking about push notifications, talking about web and VR, talking about all of these capabilities. And you're going to hopefully see us in more places around open source projects, contributing to open source projects, et cetera, stuff like that. OK, so with that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Jung Ki, who's going to talk with some more detail about service worker. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Thanks, Dan. Hello, everyone. I'm Jong Gi-sung on Samsung Internet team. I'm working on the web platforms and standards. So we have talked a lot about service workers yesterday, so it's time to wrap up. So basically, service workers solve two essential problems. First of all, service workers solve this, Li-Fi. Service worker brings the reliability bits to web application and the development. And the second, service worker solves this one. Like back in the days when we didn't have service workers, we actually did that with push API. So the push API try to define this push event handler in a page, like navigator.set message handler will set this push event handler, and then the event is kind of dispatched to this page. But when the page is closed, then the whole context is gone. So it wasn't possible, actually. And here's another example. The spec itself has been deprecated, but the alarm API in System Applications Working Group, they try the same thing with that. Like they define this own alarm handler in page context. So the service worker just brings the background service context to web applications. So Samsung has contributed to service worker spec since around like November 2013. So it has been around more than 2 years. So we just worked hard, and it was really a great experience to discuss about this great API with the group. And also, it's really great to be here while providing these APIs to enable PWA. And it has been one of the essential API to bring this happen. And well, not only the specs out of it, Samsung also committed to Chromium project. So we implemented and shipped quite a lot of features. Our contribution to Chromium is not really limited to service workers and the specs, but here's the list of features that we shipped. And also, I made a pull request to this is service worker ready repository, but really had to do this earlier because we were there since this March. But just in time, it has been merged, and it's really happy to see our browser as a browser supporting service worker in this list. And here is the service worker feature status release note for our 4.0 release. So basically, we provide the features based on Chromium 44 with some additions and changes. So please check this out in developer.samsung.com website. And here's a demo. We have seen a lot, but I just want to show you how it works in Samsung Internet on the Galaxy phone. Yes, this is offline wiki. I try to search Gangnam Style there. And the caching is just triggered on the page by user interaction. So this is one usage of service worker. And then it is shown up in the list of articles cached. And try to make sure this is working offline with the reliability bits. And opens up again, and it is just working there. And you can play. Yes, and this is a first-class citizen to the native OS, so it's shown up in the task manager. Yes, so this has been possible due to a number of technologies, including service workers. So now let me just get down to more details about service workers, some key concepts. So let's wrap up. So basically, service worker is an event-based worker. So whenever functional events is triggered inside of browser internals, then browser spins off service worker. So supposing there's a resource request from the page, then browser spins up this service worker. And then in this onFetch event handler, you as a developer have a chance to just look up local cache. And if there's a match to the response, then it can be responded to with the client right away. And when the event handling is just done, then browser automatically terminates the service worker. So just let's compare the lifetime of service worker to some other workers, like dedicated worker, for example. Dedicated worker is just created by calling this constructor. Then browser creates a new thread, independent thread, to run this script. And the lifetime of this script is just bound to its parent client. So unless it calls the terminate API, then it is just will live up to when the page is closed. But on the contrary, the service worker's lifetime is intentionally designed to be very short. So as you have seen from the figure in the previous page, service workers is just spinning off by some browser events. So let's say fetch event has occurred, then it creates an independent thread for service worker, and service worker is running and dispatching some functional event there. And then when the event handling is done, then service worker, the browser internals terminate the service worker. And the same thing happens with like a push API. Actually, browsers do all the smart things, like just keeping service worker alive until a sequence of events are being handled. But the basic concept of service worker lifetime is like this. And let me just talk a little bit about the spec itself. So here's a snippet of some spec text. And I wanted to talk about service worker registration and service worker concept. So this is some internal concept, internal slots of well, those objects. And service worker registration is a state that holds some multiple different versions of service workers. And it is keyed by scope URL. So there's installing worker associated with it, and waiting worker, and active worker. So when a service worker is being a active worker after the successful installation, then it starts to control the clients and dispatching browser dispatch all those events to this active worker. And at the same time, a new service worker version can be installed in the background. And when the installation is successfully done without any error, then it's going to be a waiting worker. But it doesn't really take the place of active worker right away. Rather than that, it just waits until all the clients that are controlled by the previous active worker, the incumbent active worker, are being closed. Then the waiting worker will be the new active worker. And well, the service worker itself is running on the registering client's origin, basically. So there are those concepts implemented by browser inside. And this is the whole picture of all those implementations. So the upper part of this figure is a script surface that you as a web developer access to. Like there are like service worker registration JavaScript object and all the getters to get the active worker, installing worker, those things. But, well, there are underlying browser internal implementations there, which implemented those internal concepts that I described, explained in the previous slide. So it all matches to those states. And whenever some events is triggered within browser, then the actual threads, independent thread is working, and then the event is being dispatched, and those states are those states can be accessed by those script service. So this is like a big picture of the whole stack. And also, let's wrap up how to use service worker in a sequence. Like, in order to exploit this, we surely have to register service worker. The installation is triggered by this register API. And then on install is getting dispatched by browser during this installation, and it is really a good place to pre-cache all the static resource. And when it becomes an active worker, then you can handle the functional events. And onActivate is also a lifecycle event that is dispatched during the installation. And this is a place where you can just delete whatever cache objects that will not be used in the next version. And we also provide the update API, so you can explicitly call this. And also, browser triggers automatic update by every navigation and some functional events like push event. So here's the sequence of registration operations. Like from number 1, number 2, and number 3, there are 3 register calls in a sequence. So with the first one, we create our service worker registration in the map with the scope being like /bar. The second one has different scope, so it creates another new registration. But third one has the same scope with the first one. So in this case, this service worker 2.js will take over the first one. And here's the installation process. I just wanted to explain how the state of those service workers in the registration changes. So when the install process or update process is triggered, then the first thing browser does is fetch this service worker script from the network and evaluate this script. So assuming there are 3 handlers, like onInstall, activate, and fetch defined by developer. But at this moment, the fetch event is not really being dispatched because this service worker is not really an active worker yet. So it's in installing state. And then browser fires install. Then you can do those pre-cache in this install handler. And all these things, when all these things are successfully done without any error, then it's becoming a waiting worker, which is in installed state. But still, this service worker is not really controlling any clients until those clients controlled by the incumbent service worker are closed. And when that happens, then browser dispatch this onActivated event. And from this moment, this service worker as being an active worker, a new worker, and then all the functional events are getting fired. And here's also an important concept to wrap up. Like there are some main resource request and sub-resource request. Main resource request is the client, the page navigation or worker client creation. So service worker does the scope match with this main resource request. So if there's example.com/index request, then we try to do the scope match here. So there's a service worker registration matched to this specific scope. And the service worker spins off. And we all do this stuff. Then this resource that returned by service worker is being the main resource for this page. And once this service worker is associated with this page, then the page just lives with this service worker for its entire life. So if there's a sub-resource request to fetch an image residing in /image/flower.png, and even though there's a registration that has more specific scope with this resource, it just spins off service worker with whatever it is already associated. So it just uses sw.js, not the image/sw.js. Okay, so here are some patterns of APIs that we can look at. Like this install handler provides the place where you can pre-cache all the static resource. So wait until it's an event to extend the lifetime of this event, and then you open up the cache and add all the stuff in the cache object. And this is another use case, like cache on user demand. So this is the case what you have seen in the offline wiki demo. So it just starts from the user interaction. When the user clicks on some part of the element, then we do some prevent default the click event, and then open up the cache and fetch the dynamic contents, and then just add those contents, those resources to cache. So it's just start from the page, not even started from service worker. And this one is more general offline first use case, what we have seen quite a lot. Like on fetch event, you can respond with some resource that is passed in this API. And what we do is like open cache object, and then try to match the local cache first. And then if there's a response, then we just respond with that result. Otherwise, we go to the network and update the cache and also respond to the client at the same time. And this is where you manage your cache versions, like on activate. Also, this is an extendable event. So you just extend the event and get all the cache objects there, and just filter whatever you will not really require for your next version of the service worker. Then you will just explicitly delete all those objects. And this is a push API example. So with this one, also this functional event is an extendable event. So call wait until, and then open up cache, then fetch whatever data for this mailbox. Then this example just do show notification with the first occurrence of this email list. And when user clicks on this notification, then you can do this like open window operation. So here's the obligatory Jake Archibald picture. And you can check out all those use cases in Offline Wiki. This is a great site. This is really obligatory material in different sense. So what comes next to PWA? So we are now here, and then we kind of hear quite contentious discussion around the user experience, about how user perceive PWA in a browser. So we are experimenting how to just enhance the user experience to this installation or keep better. The keep is a verb that Alex mentioned like a year and a half ago. And I really like this verb, keep, because the user just starts from his tab, her own tab, and then keep this app, and then it's just getting more capable applications. So that will be kind of an interesting discussion to just come with. And also, on the spec side, we are not stopping here. So we are trying to just finish the version 1 of service workers around the third quarter of this year. And at the same time, we are discussing about some new features for V2, like foreign fetch and cache API enhancement, those things. So, well, I really want us to think about all this stuff and really want to make the web dominate in mobile as well as in desktop world. So, well, thank you for listening, and I'll hand back to Dan.
Thanks. So I've got now something that, now that you've had this kind of like deep dive into Service Worker and how Service Worker works, I thought it would be good to kind of like rise up for a second and have a bit of philosophy, right? And the kind of philosophy that I'm talking about is web philosophy. So by the way, if you haven't seen Existential Comics, I really recommend them. Go to Existential Comics and check it out. Very, very good stuff. So the part of web philosophy that I want to talk about is thematic consistency. I was involved in 2005 in creating something called the Mobile Web Initiative. The Mobile Web Initiative and the mobile web best practices that were produced from the working group that I chaired, which was the Mobile Web Best Practices group, were really from a different era of the mobile web. It was from an era where most phones did not have and could not have very capable browsers on them. They had compact HTML browsers, they had very, very cut-down browsers, and we needed some rules to give to content providers to give them kind of best practices for how to build content in that environment, right? So many of those best practices actually don't hold true today, and I would argue probably aren't needed. We don't need that kind of thing today. However, there is one rule, which was our #1 rule, that, or #1 best practice that I think holds true today as much as it did in 2008, and that is the idea of thematic consistency. So to quote the best practice, is to ensure that content provided by accessing a URI yields a thematically coherent experience when accessed from different devices. And this is something that we called the one web principle. So one web is a bit of a philosophical concept, right? It is not necessarily a technical concept, but it is something that arguably knits the web together. And it's based on the idea of the URL being the key technological or architectural element within the web. And I think this relates to something that I've been hearing about. I've been hearing a lot of questions from web developers who have asked, well, now that you're talking about progressive progressive web apps and moving everything towards progressive web apps and offline first and all that kind of stuff, do we throw everything that we knew already about responsive web design out the window? Is this totally a new thing? And I would argue, and I think that we have to make this the case, that progressive web apps must be built on responsive web design principles. So this is something that's additive on top of something that we already know, which is how to build great responsive web applications, which is the current kind of best practice around how to satisfy the thematic consistency best practice. And it's all about, in my view, respecting the URL. So it's about when you go to a certain URL, you know that you're going to get the same content, you know you're going to get something similar, something thematically consistent, no matter what device you go from, be it a phone, be it a PC, be it a tablet, be it a television, refrigerator, whatever you've got in front of you, you're going to get something that is consistent. End philosophy. Okay, I've only got one more thing to talk about, and then I'm going to, and then you're not going to see me again. Well, you are going to see me for the panel, and that is web and VR, and that's something that that Samsung is particularly interested in because we have this thing called the Gear VR headset, which is basically like you take your Samsung phone, you plug it into the front. It's a bit more complex than Google Cardboard, because it also involves there are extra sensors. There's a bit of a touchpad, but basically it's the same kind of concept, and it's in partnership with Oculus. So what we've done, or what is to produce a browser, which is actually a separate browser that sits within the Oculus environment, within the Gear VR, and that is based on the same core. It's also service worker enabled, and a lot of the focus here is on providing a viewing experience for immersive content, for 360-degree content, that kind of thing. So we've enabled by using specific video metadata for these for 3D content, for immersive content, to be able to just come right up into the browser that's sitting within the VR environment. And we're doing this because we want to enable this kind of experience where you could, which I'm calling like a mixed browsing experience or a continuous experience, where you can be using your phone to do kind of regular browsing. You're reading a news article, for instance. You see that that at the bottom of this news article there's a 360-degree video associated with this, or there's an immersive experience associated with this. So being able to go straight from there, plugging the phone into the goggles, and actually experiencing that immersive experience, that's something that we want to enable. And that's built using this extra browser, or this separate browser. But what we've enabled is this kind of a experience where you can go straight from one into the other, and it goes straight to what you were looking at before. So I won't go into too much more detail on that because we're out of time, but in fact, I'm going to blow through this as well. The only other thing that I wanted to talk about is that we are working on a WebVR specification with Google, with Mozilla, and that is enabling extra APIs, sensor APIs, and the ability to know whether or not your phone is hooked into such VR goggles. And all of that is being worked on in a W3C community group, which we helped to form. And hopefully, we are going to be seeing a workshop coming up later this year, W3C workshop on web and VR. So watch the space for that. So anyway, thanks very much for listening. And I'm going to hand back over to Paul.
Hey, hello, everyone. We just need to do some like small logistical changeovers. We have to change the machines over for presentations, which means that you've got me for a minute, maybe 2 minutes. Is that exciting? Thank you. The 3 people, it's brilliant. It's great. I'll buy you drinks later. It's cool. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so that's only 7 people. That's good. Still, yeah. So we're doing this small switchover, and I kind of like the story that Samsung's presenting about being able to build these build sites that work in multiple browsers that solve users' problems, which is good. I do have a question though. Like, who's interested in VR at the moment? A couple of people. That's good, isn't it? It's an interesting space. We've got like this weird Oculus Rift. What's the HT Vive? Is it? We've got one of them in the office, and it's pretty good. And I just was walking around, and I just didn't know where to stop. Pulled the cable out, and I broke the cable. And apparently you can't replace the cable on the top. I got into a lot of trouble for that. It's pretty good. One of the things I was going to say is I really like the fact that Conga, they talked about their experience building a progressive web application, but it was like a brand new web application, right? It does exist on their mobile part of the site. They did refactor their responsive design site and kind of saw some really good gains off the back of that. I think that's an incredibly powerful story. But like one of the things that I think Andrew said was, Actually, we only enabled it for a relatively small % of our users because we don't want to cannibalize our existing traffic. And I think this is a concern that a lot of people have is, building a full brand new experience is a really hard thing to do. It's a really hard thing to actually convince stakeholders, your business managers, your directors, everyone, that you should go and do this thing. And I think from yesterday we were saying that it's good to build these incremental experiences. You don't have to go with a full progressive web app to start off. You can provide great user experiences pretty quickly and kind of good user wins pretty quickly. And I think that's one of the things that Booking.com is going to talk about today. So Booking.com, they've deployed some things with Service Worker, but they're a huge site, right? They're, I think, the largest hotel commerce or travel commerce site in the world. And you can't just deploy a whole brand new progressive web application today. And you run, for them at least, and just turn it all on, and you run into a number of different problems because users all over the world are using different things, different devices, different contexts for how they're using the experience. And I think that's what they're going to talk about today. They might have had some real issues. It's not plain sailing for everything at the moment. And I think everyone needs to understand that is potentially, you have to think about how you did it. Sorry. Wow, I speak really quickly, and I tongue twist myself. And I think that's one of the interesting things is you can deploy these experiences, but if you're deploying at scale, you've got to really think about how you deploy them and how you manage them as well. So I'd like to just quickly bring up Jesse Yang from the Booking.com team, and he's going to talk about how they've deployed and how they've interacted with service workers at scale.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Jesse Yang. I work for the mobile web team of Booking.com. I was in charge of developing all the service workers related features for our mobile website. And first of all, I want to ask how many of you have used Booking.com before? Oh, that's a lot. Thanks, guys. And how many of you are from outside of Amsterdam for this event today? Oh, did you use Booking.com for your accommodations? That's a small number, but wise choice for you. You can never go wrong to book a hotel in Amsterdam via a company in Amsterdam, right? And Booking.com was first founded in the Netherlands in 1996. And after 20 years, we now have over 940,000 properties worldwide. And each day there are over 1 million room nights reserved on our site and apps. And in terms of the mobile website, it was first built in 2010. And after 6 years, as you can see, the look has changed a lot. And I bet you the code has changed a lot too. But all these histories and numbers contribute to the premises we need to take into consideration when we build our things for service workers and the progressive web app. First of all, our website is already highly optimized. It's converting well. It's serves the business needs. And there is just no way we're going to throw it away and build everything from ground. And second, we have a very large team that is still growing fast. And we don't want to slow things down just by introducing a whole new way of work. Second, third, we have a very large code base that is serving the websites since the beginning of time, since 1996, of course. And we have a very convenient A/B testing infrastructure. We use everything. We use that for every features we put online. And we just have to use that for even new features like service workers. That's why it's very important to be progressive. And that's the whole idea of progressive web app, right? And then the team sat down and looked into the real possibilities, the real potentials we have from service workers and progressive web app, and also what we can really achieve with it. And ideally, you should have a very extremely optimized performance with all these fancy new patterns and infrastructure and technologies service worker can do. You can do pre-caching, app show, and even stream downloading. I bet a lot of people have talked about this from these 2 days. And also, you can have a fantastic user engagement experience. You can have a full screen that's opening your website from the home screen of users. You can have also push notifications to better re-engage your users. And for us, for our business, it's about checking reminders, review invitations. That is, when you check our hotel, we invite you to add reviews for the hotel. And also, it's something else like abandoned baskets. When you browse some hotel but you didn't book, we invite you to come back and finish your booking. But we have a very limited scope for what we can work on service workers. We currently only have secure.booking.com domain. That is what we use for booking process and post-booking pages. All these user security sensitive data pages. And we don't have HTTPS for the main website, the search results and hotel pages. That means we can't really experiment much in those pages. Second is, for those user engagement things, it's really hard to see what the real impact is. Our current experiment tool doesn't have that much of metrics for our users' offline behaviors. How would you analyze those behaviors? How would you decide they are good for your business? It's challenging for us. And also, for those push notifications, we are a little bit concerned what to push. For those of you who have used Booking.com, I bet you have all this experience of receiving many emails from us, right? And those even push notifications if you used our apps. So that's why we don't really want to annoying our users even more with push notification from the webs. And then there is another ideal versus reality check that is implementation-wise. Implementation-wise, you should have web components and full client-side rendering and all the fancy things that's making your website a single-page app. And you should also ideally have your users always logged in so that you can put some more personalized stuff for them. But we don't have, we can't really go full strengths for all these things. We are a traditional web page, which means it's simple, robust, and SEO-friendly. That is just some traits you can't easily give up for making your things more technically exciting. And second, we still use jQuery. We are not ashamed of it, and we use jQuery and all the small pieces of libraries that we have to write very fast A/B testing experiments, and that's making the whole ways of our work is quick and dirty is the norm, but we are still trying to improve the quality of our code, of course. And then for the users, we have mostly last-minute bookers and new users, that is, who will do only very low-frequency purchases. You don't stay in a hotel every day, right? That's why we start to think about the real smallest viable steps for our experiments with service workers, what we can really achieve with it, and what is the meaningful features we can push to our users. First experiment we tried is to make our booking confirmation page accessible offline, but without telling the users that they can access it offline. The reason is that we wanted to play safe, but we still want to have a meaningful feature online and just to see how users interact with it. With this experiment, we get the idea of what the traffic size is, like how many percentage of our users actually have service worker available. And we are also trying to clear the potential roadblocks. That is how to integrate service worker code with our existing current code base, how to make the build process more smooth. And also, we are just delivering this to users to observe if there is any side effects, like in any aspect. And actually, we did see a few side effects, and we saw much more page views on the booking process, which is not the page we install the service worker. They are the pages under the same secure.booking.com domain, but people still visited those pages much more. We started wondering why is this, and then the explanation would be users opened the confirmation page more often because they can reach cache now, and then they navigate to other pages. But we still can't say for sure whether that's true or not. And we did also see an increase in page load time. Why is that when with service worker, with all this performance improve and everybody else is talking about, why we see an increase in the page load time? The explanation would be we didn't really add any additional cache for things, but because every asset is already cached by the native caching mechanism of browser. One explanation might be service worker consume some CPU and somehow make the browser slower. And we didn't see any inconclusive results on conversion impact. That's why we didn't really put this experiment full on, and we went through the next experiment. The experiment is more meaningful to the users. We're kind of telling users to add their latest booking to the home screen so they can access their bookings even more easily. And this home screen icon will open the last seen confirmation page from cache, and it opens very fast. It works offline. And it will always be the latest booking users made. Say if you book another booking after you add this home screen, and you use that link again, it will still open your latest booking. And for this run, most users just ignore this banner because it's prompted out right after users made a booking. Next iteration, we added this explanation banner before we show the prompt. This is done with the before install prompt event. I think if you have played with app manifest, you should be aware of this event. And it's quite straightforward to set up. So when user click on this banner, we show this native prompt. With this approach, user gets a better understanding of what it is, and actually a very high percentage of people who clicked on the banner will accept the installment of home screen icon. And a lot of them who added this to the home screen will actually use it. So they're not just accepting something you promote to them. They are doing this with a conscience. And this approach also led to more people added the home screen than previous round where we showed the prompt right away. Regarding this, I want to talk a little bit about this engagement check. That is something you need to pass when you want to display this prompt. This is a flag you can turn on in Chrome, which will allow you in dev mode to always show this prompt. But in real life, real users will only see this prompt when they pass some kind of engagement check. And that criteria is defined by Google. It is said to be the user has visited your site at least twice with at least 5 minutes between visits. At first, we thought it requires user to leave your site and come back again, but actually it doesn't. Users can still get engaged, pass the engagement check in the first visit. But still, that number is, this kind of limitation makes us really hard to control which type of users can see this feature. We still see a very decent amount of people who who should have seen the prompt didn't really see it. We don't know whether it's really because they didn't pass the engagement check, they didn't meet the 5 minutes requirement, or whether because some version of Chrome doesn't support this feature at all, or whether it's because some vendors, some custom ROMs of Android disable this feature for good. And that's making it harder for us to really examine the real impact. Then I want to dive a little deep into the code we wrote for service workers. This will show you how powerful service worker can be just by intercepting the network requests. The first story we tried is, the first one I want to talk about is consolidating canonical URLs. So the idea is different URLs for the same resource should fetch the same cache, right? Or even ideally fetch the same request. We have all these kind of different structures of URLs that is actually pointing to the same thing. We have language either in the HTML doc or either in the parameters of queries. And that's why we used this SW Toolbox middleware to write our own middleware to handle this. SW Toolbox is a library built by Google Chrome team. If you haven't checked it out, do please check it out. It provides all these cache patterns you have, and it's very easy to use. So we created this network first enhanced middleware, which is add a additional use canonical option to the options. And if this is true, we will check whether the requested URL has a canonical URL. And that is just a function we wrote on the client side. Just do some regex matching and try to figure out what's the canonical URL for that specific URL. And then if it's different than the request URL, we just file a new request with the canonical URL. And then another story we had is to home screen link via redirection. If you remember, what we added to users' home screen is a link to their latest booking. And their latest booking will have different URLs, right, if they made several different bookings. And that's why you need to, and for the app manifest, you can only add a static URL as the start URL of the home screen icon. So that's why we do this kind of redirection for the start URL, and that redirection will always redirect to users' latest bookings. So this router intercepts all the requests for the confirmation page, and when user open that confirmation page, each time a 302 redirect response was forged on the client side and stored in the cache. And then the last confirmation endpoint is used for the start URL. And every time user visits that URL, it will go through a cache element in service worker router, and it will always try to look at this 302 redirector from the cache. This allows us to make the home screen icon work as a shortcut for users' bookings, but actually it is not recommended to do so now, simply because the Chrome team has decided that this is not the best experience for the users. It will feel weird if you have a home screen icon that's just opening something in the browser as a shortcut. Starting from Chrome 51, I think, if you set the display mode in the manifest to anything else other than standard none or full screen, you will get this error, and the app banner will never show up. And then we have another solution for pre-caching. Traditionally, for pre-caching, you will have to list all the URLs in an array or something, and you pass that via a message to service worker and let service worker to fetch all the content. But what we did is to fire an AJAX request from the client-side page and add some kind of additional request header to it. Then the service worker gets to read that header and tries to figure out whether this is a request for the cache, for pre-cache. If this is a request for pre-cache, the service worker tries to match in those requests from the cache, and if the cache exists, then the request will never fire. If the cache doesn't request, then it fires a request with CORS mode set to no CORS. This will enable this AJAX request to be able to work even you request something outside of the domain. And that's some ideas we had for this service worker thing. Then I'd like to talk about some final thoughts we have for service workers. For us, it's always about finding the best approach fits your business needs. We are a very large website. We have a lot of people working on the same thing. We don't want to slow people down. That's why we have to go into this small step approach and gradually adding things up. And then you need to be creative on your solutions. I guess some of the redirecting and the things are quite surprising to you guys if it is. But if it's not, it's also okay. And we kind of start because we can't try web components, we can't try Polymer, then that's why we start to think about what else we can try for that. And our general experience with service worker is even if we are trying something so small, we still see sometimes the API is unstable, it's changing, and it has some added limitation for the next Chrome version, and that you don't know. Then you have to reset your experiment, which prolongs our experiment cycles, and that's kind of frustrating to us. And but we still think the future looks bright for service worker itself and for us as well. So many opportunities still awaits us to explore, and we do want to try the app shell architecture, even that we are not a single-page web app. We want to try to use this streaming API to return users a app shell screen when they load the page, and from the app shell screen will be returned from the client side, but we will stream the real request from the server. That's the plan we want to try. And also, we want to try predictive loading. That is, for example, when you select a room in the hotel page, it often means you want to make a booking. So that's when we decide we can preload assets for the book process. And we also, of course, are very open to build an offline resilient app. And once we have HTTPS deployed for all the web pages we have, then it will become possible. And of course, notifications, although it's kind of annoying to some users, we will still want to see the real value of it. And so the message is clear, just experiment and learn, even if you are a large company who has a lot of restrictions. Yeah, thanks a lot. I hope you enjoy your stay in Amsterdam and the rest of the world.
Cool, thank you. I think there's, I owe an apology first. Thank you for the talk, by the way. I do owe a little apology. The schedule, there was a mistake in the schedule, and we've made some last minute changes. We have one more talk before the break, so we'll be breaking at, let me get the time, 11:30. So we'll do that in a second. I do actually want to say I find that talk really interesting because one of the things that is interesting for me is developer feedback. Right? We want to make sure that we're building the best platform possible with other browser vendors and with you developers as well. Like there was the issue about the standalone mode, the manifest. Like like when people raise issues publicly, browser vendors listen, right? I mean, if you find something that is frustrating and you have a bug to link things to, and you have frustrations with kind of the platform or with individual implementations, like sometimes people think like browser vendors don't listen to like public outcry. I think it's probably I was going to say the word outcry. Just public comment and criticism and everything as well. One thing I would say is if you do have issues with, say, for instance, Chrome and implementations in Chrome, like CRBug is where our engineers live, right? Like if you file issues in CRBug, you know, they will get triaged, they will get looked at, and if people kind of start starring it and raising kind of more issues around it, then that helps us prioritize the work that we should be doing. And I think one of the questions was like with the standalone mode, like the standalone mode and full screen, and whether it gets added to the home screen, that's an open discussion that we should be having in the public. And I definitely encourage you as developers to actually talk about this in the public because it does make a difference to us on the platform. So yes, anyway, I think that's an important message to say. File issues, tell us, raise issues like publicly as well, make us and keep us on our feet and our toes. And the interesting thing actually with the last talk was we have like a little back channel for the staff and the speakers. It's like, oh my God, we're not explaining things very well. So I think we've just opted ourselves and my developer relations team as well into a lot more work as well. So that's good. We want to make sure that you as developers have the tools and documentation and guidance that you need to be able to build these experiences. One thing, and the most important thing I want to get to now before we just get to the next talk, is that we've seen like multiple browser vendors starting to say, take Chromium or Blink and then wrap that up and then deploy that and put that into the browser. That's a great thing because like if we implement Service Worker, it's available to all browsers that implement Blink. But that's not necessarily as healthy as you might think for the open web, right? You want other browsers with completely different implementations, but compatible implementations as well. And I think that's why it's important that we have Mozilla coming up as well, is because we are two completely different browsers implementing the same specs to try and make great user experiences for developers. So with that, I'm going to get off stage because you don't like speaking to me. But I'd like to introduce Ben Kelly. He's a platform engineer at the Mozilla team.
All right, good morning. Let me just full screen this. Thank you for having me here, and I just want to say before I start how great it is to see so many people here interested in building for the web and on mobile, web on mobile. It's really encouraging, and I really appreciate Google organizing this event and inviting us here. It's really great to see. So my name's Ben Kelly. I work at Mozilla, and I'm going to talk to you today about what we're doing to support progressive web apps and the mobile web in Firefox. See if the clicker works. It does. I'm on the DOM team, the Document Object Model team, which doesn't sound very exciting, but it actually is. There's always something new, a new surprise. It's really a bunch of C++ and maybe Rust developers trying to write APIs and tools to help web developers, to help you guys provide a good experience for people on the web. Being C++ developers, we often get things wrong. But in this case, with progressive web apps and these set of technologies and APIs, we really get the sense that there's a lot going right here, and we're very excited about it, and working hard on it. So I guess as a way of background a little bit, I joined the service worker effort and the DOM team a little over 2 years ago. I'd never implemented a web API before, and my new boss, Andrew, was like, why don't you join service workers? It's been going for a little while, but we want to ramp it up. It's a lot of work there, but it's not too hard. So we should be done in September, maybe. And that didn't happen. And that's right. Well, maybe 6 more months. Yeah, that's a long time, a long time. That didn't happen either. And eventually we just said, please, oh, wrong button. Please stop asking us. And we don't know when we're going to be done. It's a very complicated API. And I give credit to the people I work for that they gave us cover to do this because there was a lot of pressure coming from all sides. So finally, we were able to enable it to ride the trains, as we say, to go to our release channel December of last year, and it shipped in Firefox 44 in January of this year. So a year and 9 months or thereabouts. So it's been a long road. I think it was worth the wait to get to do it right. Some of the things we spent time on was security. As I'm sure you're aware, the web is built around the same origin policy. We use URLs to tell if a resource is safe for a site, if they're coming from the same domain, the same origin. One way to look at service workers is a great tool for lying about URLs. You know, you ask for a URL from site X, and you give it a URL, the content from site Y, and this is, if your security is based around URL checking, you need to build a secondary system for this to maintain the same origin policy. That being said, we have since changed the spec so that the URLs actually get flowed back from the service worker to the outer bits of the browser. And so no one has implemented this quite yet, Chrome or Firefox, but I think it should help make the security story a little bit easier for browsers coming along later, implementing it next, that they don't have to completely build a separate tainting system in their browsers. So hopefully that'll speed things up for the next set of browsers. Also, we found that there was some room for improvement in the specifications. Junki, Jake, and Alex have done a great job, but it's one of these things, just the way stuff happens, where you write an explainer, you get an initial implementation, you translate it into some spec text, which is almost precise, but not quite. You can't execute it, and there are invariably bugs in the spec text. And when we came to implement it from the spec, we found, for example, it had race conditions and various unexpected behavior that I would pester Jake and Junki about, and that's all been fixed now in the spec. And again, we hope that this took a while, but we hope it will speed implementation in later browsers and helps maintain compatibility between Chrome and Firefox today. We also took a lot of time working on tests. The Blink team, let me back up. A lot of browsers historically, we obviously have a lot of automated tests that run. Most browsers typically have had their own test suite. In Gecko, it's Moki tests. I don't quite know what the other browsers have, but the Blink team did a great job writing for this new test framework called Web Platform Tests. It's a standard place in the W3C that lets us share tests between browsers. Wasn't quite easy to import because they still were using some of their own infrastructure, but we imported that, upgraded it to the standard Web Platform Tests, and wrote a lot of new tests, and it's now been uplifted back to the main repo. And I'll just hop out of here for it. So you can go and see, like there's just a ton of tests, and this isn't even adequate. We need to keep adding more, but getting these tests is the best way to make sure that these features work across browsers, and it's great now that we have a place where we can share tests like that. We also did a lot of documentation whenever we implement a new API. We have a team of people who go and document it on Mozilla Developer Network. So if you have questions about the API, you can find it there. We really want this to be a resource for the web, not just Firefox. So if you see anything that needs to be fixed, it's a wiki, you can fix it, or let us know and we will get it fixed. We also had a group of engineers, Salva De La Puente and some other engineers. Salva's here today if you want to talk with him. Some other engineers built a great resource called the Service Worker Cookbook. It's just at this site. I'll blow this up so people can see. Serviceworky.rs. I'm not quite sure how you say that, so we call it the Service Worker Cookbook. But it has a large number of examples. Again, not using any frameworks. If you want to learn just how the service workers work directly, you can work through some of these examples. And it's of varying levels of detail. The B means beginner, I means intermediate, and the A means advanced. So you can see there's a number of different use cases here. So we're trying to help with the developer outreach as well. So all that took time, but it shipped. Okay, and the great news is we're seeing people use it. This data is pulled from our beta, developer edition, and nightly users. By default, we don't collect this sort of telemetry data on our release population unless they navigate through the advanced menu and click, please collect more information on me. Not many people do that, so this is largely beta developer edition and nightly. So the absolute numbers are not as significant as the trend here, and there's a clear up and to the right trend, and it's accelerating, which is great. When I work nights and weekends, I tell my wife that what I'm working on is important, and it's great when people actually use what we're working on, because it means I told her the truth. We've also been working on push, which shipped in Firefox 44. This is the web push notifications. We also have HTTP2 push, but I'm not talking about it here. But it only shipped on desktop for now. We are working on Android support, but there's a lot more operating system level integration that needs to happen here. We were really hoping it would make 48, but just before this meeting last week, I got some news that we found some additional bugs that'll probably ship in 49 is more likely. And you may be saying, push on desktop, is that even useful? Most people think of it as a mobile feature. Well, I use it every day. I probably spend too much time on Twitter. But when I'm supposed to be working, I have Twitter closed, and I can get push notifications for messages and mentions. It's a feature that they have relatively buried in their settings currently. I think it's a little bit of a soft launch, but it works every day. And I don't think I'm the only person using it because, again, the trend here, the absolute numbers are not as important, but the trend is definitely up and to the right and increasing. So that is also good. We're seeing adoption, which is, I think, a sign of a good API or a useful API. Some other work we've been doing on push, Martin Thompson and engineers from the other browsers have spent a lot of time standardizing the back end. When, I believe Chrome just shipped support for the standard web push API. Previous to that, I believe they're using GCM, Google Cloud Messaging. But now that we have a standard, it's something that makes it easier for the back end and the way sites can integrate with those servers, because it does require this extra server integration on the back. We also built a reference implementation of the server, which, if you're interested in this sort of thing, the backend servers describes all of our architecture if you want to know how a push message actually flows completely from when you post it all the way back to the browsers, to your users. You can read through this documentation. These slides will be available after, so you can see the links. You probably wouldn't run this server yourself unless you're building your own browser, but that's possible too. Again, we have documentation on MDN, and the Service Worker Cookbook I showed earlier has a lot of examples for push as well. Let's see. So next, I want to talk about DevTools. I'm going to break out here and do a little bit of a live demo. And in the beginning, we shipped something that was fairly bare bones because we wanted to get service workers out. And that's interesting. Oh, I don't have any service workers registered at the moment. Interesting. So this is the hazard of live demos, right? There we go. Very similar to, I think it was Chrome internals service worker. I can't remember the exact name of the equivalent in Chrome, but fairly bare bones HTML page for managing these things. We now have support for worker debugging. So originally we did not have this, but currently it's really only usable for like debugging fetch and push events. We're still working on support for debugging the install process, which is obviously a big use case. But let me show. So instead of about service workers, you can now go to your DevTools menu, click on service workers, and it'll bring up this new about debugging page, which will show all your service workers. I'll just open a new window here for my slides, which have a service worker registered. You can see now that I have the service worker for my local host is now running because it has this push and debug buttons. If I push debug, it will open a full screen debugger because I'm in full screen mode. And you can see the service worker that I'm running. Sorry, this is probably small for you guys. And I will blow this. I'll set a breakpoint in the fetch event handler. Pull out of full screen for a second. And I can now reload this and it will break. Sorry. And you can do the things you would expect to do. You can inspect the request. You can see that, well, I did a reload, so it's requesting all the resources with no cache to revalidate everything. You can see that it's a navigation. You can see what the refer policy is, all the stuff you expect to do. So I will close that. Go back to my slides here. And these are screenshots of what I just showed. Network panel, I will, actually, I think I'm just going to use the screenshot here. But network panel, you can go and excuse me. Network panel now shows if a resource comes from service workers. You can see here that in the transfer type, if it came from a service worker, it will show you. Again, we ship something bare bones. You would get lines in network panel, but it wouldn't really show you where it came from or what happened. You could just see nothing for the timing. We are still working on adding timing traces so you can see how much time it took to start the service worker. But again, we're making progress and we can iterate now. We also have a storage inspector, which this one I will show. Again, you may go to DevTools and be like, where is my storage panel? Well, you have to go into the tools here to enable it, this checkbox here. It's not on by default currently, but if you come to cache storage, you can now see all the resources you have. Again, a nice feature, you can access this stuff through console using the API, but this is just a little bit nicer. So let me move on to sort of a next big features that we're working on. Sort of what we had been doing. Use the clicker again. Manifest and install to home screen. This is something people care about a lot, particularly the prompt. I think Nolan Lawson, he said at one point that, I think it was him, he really, people like this because it's almost like the browser advertising for your site. So it's an important feature. We've been working on it a lot. Marcos Caceres, sorry if I'm mispronouncing his last name, has been working on the manifest spec. He's one of the editors, and he's been working on the platform support. And that is largely implemented and ready to go. However, we're not shipping it yet because we still need to integrate it with our product. Firefox for Android and Firefox Desktop, the product side is a separate team. So we're working to make that product integration happen now. It's taking a little bit longer than we'd like, but it is coming. You may have seen some screenshots on Twitter, and I believe this was shown at Google I/O. This was an experiment we ran in Firefox for Android to show what a prompt might look like, just to see how people would react. I just want to, so this is something we could do, and I just want to highlight, because I think there was some miscommunication around this. This is just an experiment. It's not shipping yet. We're still working on it, and we really need to get some designers to sit down and figure out how we want to do this. Do we want to do a prompt like this, or do we really want to do something more like Alex suggested in a blog post, like ambient badging? We need to figure out what the right answer is for the users. And the other interesting thing about this is this demo or experiment did not use manifest at all. It's installing the home screen as a bookmark using the link and meta tags in the document. So this is actually a nice example of progressive behavior here where the feature isn't there and yet it's still providing a good experience for users. So just to make clear, we don't have a release date yet for add to home screen. I just wanted to clear up any confusion there. But we are working on it. Background sync is another feature. It's well into development. Actually, just as I was sitting over there, Fernando Jimenez Moreno, again, I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong, I apologize, not landed, but he submitted all his patches for review. And he has patches that are working, and so excellent. I was actually expecting that to happen later because he's getting married. I have visions of him sitting at the church, like uploading patches before the ceremony. But so I'm very optimistic that this feature will land in the Firefox 51 timeframe, assuming code review goes well, which it will. And this is a demo he made. I was going to try to live demo this, but I thought that using non-standard patches and a custom build in a presentation was tempting the presentation gods too much. So here, it's showing that when it's online and you register for a background sync, you get the note. You can get it immediately. If you're offline and you get register for background sync, you don't get the event immediately until it comes online and then it fires. So it's a pretty simple demo. It's not terribly flashy, but it works. And again, this is something we'll probably ship mainly on desktop first. Support in Android will be there, but it's not going to be tightly integrated at first with like, I believe Android has a background sync task or process that native apps can integrate with. We will eventually integrate with that for features like this, but the initial feature launch probably will not. Let's see. And then finally, there are a lot more APIs that we're working on that are related. I forgot I had the clicker here. And I'll just go through these quickly. We're doing a lot of work. We've shipped the full cache API, including things like ignore search. So if you're doing a cache busting parameter, search parameter, you can use ignore search in your cache.match to easily ignore that cache busting parameter. We've shipped request.refer and support for the refer policy in Firefox 47, which is our current release. In our next release, in about 4 weeks, request.cache will reach release channel, and this will let you won't even have to do a cache busting parameter. You can just do fetch URL cache, no cache, to avoid even the need for cache busting parameters. We're working on SRI integrity support for fetch, so you can set an integrity value on fetches, and then in your service worker, you'll be able to inspect that integrity value. Those patches are mostly reviewed, should land soon. Streams support, Streams API has begun. It's probably going to land in stages with pure JavaScript streams, the ability to say new readable stream first, so we can get it in the tree in SpiderMonkey and run the tests on it, and then we will land our binding support afterwards. So we're probably hoping to get the JS streams into 50, and then 51, 52 will have binding support and fetch body stream. And I'm really looking forward to this, getting streams spec'd into more APIs so that we can use this in more places than just fetch. And we've also begun work on storage API, which is the API which lets sites request persistent storage offline. So if it's your hotel reservation or your airline, boarding pass, the site can say, don't delete this without asking the user, because the user is going to be upset if it's gone, because they're going to need it. So this has just started. It has a lot of user experience elements to it in order to manage storage, so we don't have a release date yet for this. I think I just want to leave you with, though, Mozilla cares about the web, and we care about the mobile web, and we're spending a lot of time and effort investing in that, and trying to provide you with the tools that you need to provide good experiences for your customers. So really looking forward to see what you guys build, and if you have feedback or concerns or feature requests, reach out to us. I'm here today, Salva's here. We also have Brian Clark, who's a product manager for our DevTools team, is here also. Come and find us, let us know what you think, where you'd like to see the platform go. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys build with this stuff. It's going to be great. And these slides are online. It's about 5 megabyte download, so I wouldn't do this on your mobile necessarily, but it does offline with the service worker once you download them first. So if you want to follow any of the links or check it out, they're available there. And it's on GitHub too. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Hey, it does work. Hey, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Yeah, so now it's a break. I can't believe I'm getting on stage just to tell you it's a break. It's a break, half an hour. We'll come back. I do encourage you. We've got a lot of questions come through for the moderator panel already. Make sure you definitely keep submitting questions if you have more questions, especially thinking about the browser compatibility and issues around that as well. Submit the questions, and then we'll hopefully get them answered. So back here, half an hour. Is good? Cool.
So, welcome to Total Tooling Tips. This is an episode on DevTools where we're going to talk about our newer progressive web app tooling.
Yeah, so the reason we have to do this is we recorded an entire video episode and then everything changed.
It's Tuesday, so DevTools has changed. Right, so the resources panel has now been replaced by the shiny new application panel. So I'm currently on Progressive Web App. This is smaller pictures, and some of the newer stuff that we let you preview include like your Web App Manifest.
Yeah, so basically Web App Manifest is kind of, if you've ever built web apps, so you've had to do icons for different devices and browsers, and you had to put in lots of link tags. Manifest is a JSON file where you can put all of that stuff in one separate resource, and the browser will only go and grab it when it needs it.
Yep, so we summarize everything from like your name, your short name, through the different theme colors and background colors that you're using. We show you your orientation chosen in your manifest file, and then just like preview all of the different icon sizes you might have set up. So I've got like all of them because I'm crazy.
You are crazy.
I am crazy. It also lets you emulate as a home screen if you click on this little link here. That's just like the experience where it'll show you, okay, well, what do you want to name this thing?
So the reason this is important is because whenever you click on Add to Home Screen, what it will do is it will go through all of the criteria that Chrome looks for to basically decide whether it's going to show the user the banner or not. So it'll be things like, does the web app have a service worker? Does it have a short name? Does it have theme color? And if any of those criteria aren't met, it will print out an error to the console just saying, yep, you need to have this, and because it's not there, I can't do Add to Home Screen.
Cool. So the next thing we're going to take a look at is the service worker panel. So debugging service worker has been like historically really, really painful. And I think DevTools has nicely evolved over time to make that experience a little bit sweeter.
Yeah, this is definitely like the best version of it. It's just really hard when you're starting out to understand what is going on when you're doing this stuff for the first time. But I think this is definitely like the nicest version so far. Yeah,
so we're going to quickly walk through all the options here. So the first one is an offline checkbox. And basically, if we go and we refresh, you'll see that the app is working offline. This just emulates offline in the same way that the network throttling dropdown will let you do.
Nice.
Fairly useful when you're testing offline support with Service Worker. The next option is Update on Reload, which forces your Service Worker script to update on refresh.
So the reason this is super handy is before this existed, what you'd have to do is you'd make an edit to your Service Worker, you'd save it, you'd go back into your browser, you'd refresh, and once you've refreshed the page, it will still be using the old Service Worker because your new Service Worker will be grabbed by the browser, it will go through an install step, and the new service worker can't take over the page until the old one's gone. So when you check update on reload, what it's doing is it will unregister the old service worker, register the new one, and once the new one's ready to go, it will refresh the page, so then the page is using the new service worker. So it's one checkbox, but there's kind of a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and it's super useful.
Next up, we've got bypass from network, which will bypass your service worker script and load resources from the network.
The reason this is handy is when you're not working on a service worker and you're working on other files, you don't want anything to be pulled from the cache. You just want to be using the files that you've just changed.
Yep. Then we've got show all, and show all will basically show you every single service worker that's registered. Because we've got like an increasing number of sites and apps using this, you might find this a little bit noisy.
I'd just say you're very unlikely to ever want this until something like foreign service workers come in, but
yeah, we're just letting you know that it exists today, unless they change it tomorrow. But it's here today, at least. What else does this let you do? Okay, so you can update your service worker. There's a push option as well. What does that do? Let's head over to your demo.
I'm going to guess it's going to do something with push messages.
You're so bright, Matthew. Right, so this is a push demo Matt wrote a while back. We're going to go and we're going to enable push notifications, and your demo worked this time. Yes. Right, so what we're going to do is if we click push, it's going to emulate a push event, and you'll see that we get a push notification.
This is kind of interesting because this is the first time I've actually seen or like tested this myself in Canary, and they basically added a new feature where it's populating a little bit of data in there, which is kind of super interesting. Slightly weird with the fact that you can't determine what the data is, but it's awesome that it's there because it does mean that if you wanted to check what data would look like when it comes in your service worker, it's now something's there. It's awesome.
Sweet. And what happens if we click send a push via XHR? Does anything happen?
It should do.
It should do. Did I actually? Oh, I didn't. There we go.
Oh no, you did. GCM just took a while to kick in.
Okay.
So there, because there's no data, it's just like a super generic, hey, thanks for sending this message.
Sweet. You can also go and click on the little name. Oh, you've got a minified service worker.
Yeah, man.
What do you do? Okay, let's go to someone who hasn't done that. And if we click on source, you can go and you can check out the source to your service worker.
He just doesn't care about users' data. That's offensive. So the reason this is actually super cool is the fact that you can now add breakpoints to your service worker like you would any normal JavaScript file. So when that code gets executed in the service worker, it will actually stop the service worker from running, and you can start debugging stuff like you normally would with DevTools, which is nice.
Sweet. You can also, so you can see that we've got like these activity indicators for the status. So green means that something is active and it's running. You can stop your service workers. We can go and do that. They'll say activated and stopped. You can focus your clients. So we're currently focused. You can also hit details, and it'll show you in line any of the exceptions or error messages you've been getting.
So the one thing that used to exist here that's been removed is you used to be able to have like an inspect button that you would click and it would open up an entirely different DevTools just for service worker. I still kind of like having the two DevTools, one for the page, one for service worker, but I think the DevTools team are trying to get everyone to work just out of the one DevTools and change different contexts. So in this case, all the service worker logs would show up in the one console, and you select different frames within that. So it's kind of interesting. It's the only thing that I'm anxious about, I guess. But this is quite a nice way of at least servicing just the errors.
Because I'm ADD, I'm just going to click clear, and now all of our problems have gone. It's great.
If only life was that simple.
If only life was that simple. Clear storage is basically the best thing ever. If you're developing any non-trivial progressive web app, and you're trying to support offline with service workers, you're maybe using a storage mechanism like IndexedDB or local storage or session storage, you've probably run into the situation where you need to manually go in and clear all of your different storage mechanisms out, and then head to different panels to unregister service workers, and it's this whole super tedious thing.
Yeah, I've ended up writing helper scripts that I just drop into the console to delete everything. It's annoying when you get to that point.
So in an effort to make Matt Gaunt's redundant, there's now like a clear site.
Well, that escalated quickly.
There's now a clear site data button. I think the label for this might be changing, but the button is still there. Basically, what this does is it almost resets the world for you, which is kind of really nice.
Yeah.
It does all the things it says above, like it'll unregister your service workers and your storage and clear out your cache API storage.
And yeah, this does seem like an obvious feature, but at the same time, it hasn't existed for the longest time. Yeah. And when you start working with service workers, you realize how quickly you just get into a mess and you just want to reset everything. And the old solution for that was to just develop in incognito windows.
Yeah.
So this is super welcome.
This is so nice. We were talking about cache storage because this was resources panel. You can still go in and debug all of your different storage mechanisms. That includes the cache API. So in the case of my app, I'm using SW precache, so I have all of these entries. For someone like Paul Lutz's voice memos app, we go in here and you'll just see that there's an entry that's got all the different files listed that he's got cached in the cache API.
I wonder why the response is empty.
It's all perfect. It's all perfectly perfect. And you've also got other options in here like frames.
Don't just say that like it is. No one knows what frames is.
I don't know what this does anymore. It's basically got a breakdown of different things.
It looks like a list of assets that are
different
downloaded.
assets. Let's assume that it does that. Maybe this gives us something to do another episode on.
Next week on Totally Talling Mini Tips. What is frames under Applications tab?
All right, so I feel enlightened. That is the application tab. Is there anything we're forgetting?
You got device art on the screenshot that is also new.
I've got device art. So Canary DevTools now lets you like preview device art for a few different devices. So we got the Nexus 5X in there. I think the 6 might also have device art. It does not. It does in the very, very latest version, I think.
Okay. So it's coming.
I think it's coming. But basically, device art is awesome. Just lets you like see what it would maybe look like on an actual device.
And it adds in like the navigation bar at the top and
so you can go in here and like get your little navigation bar in. I have asked for us to like take the theme color into account.
Oh yeah,
'cause you could do that.
Yeah, that'd be really nice, and then it'll
Assume that by the time you've seen this, maybe we've convinced them, and this is already out to date.
And if not, raise issues, and then maybe we can get it.
All right, so that is the application tab. Hopefully, you'll find that a lot of this stuff makes it a lot easier to develop and debug your progressive web apps. That's it from us.
Thanks for listening.
Bye.
Welcome to this supercharged TLDW. I'm Paul. If you didn't catch the live stream with me and Surma last week, well, basically we built a side nav. Let me show you what we built. So you've got your standard app bar here. You can click on this sidebar and you can click on the background, or you can dismiss it with a sort of drag gesture like that. Awesome stuff. So let me show you how we built it. But before we do that, as usual, we're going to head over to, yep, you guessed it, Theory Corner. Join me. Hello, welcome back to Theory Corner. So this is what we've got. We've got our page and we've got a container element. The container element is going to be the home for the side nav and the background. What we're going to do, first of all, is we're going to put overflow hidden on this. And we're going to make it take up 100% width and height. So it's got overflow hidden because this is going to transform out to the side and we don't want any scroll bars. So we put that in place. The background, we're just going to transition its opacity from 0 up to 1, and we'll set it to have a transparent black color, or semi-transparent black color in the background. The other thing is this side nav. We want this to slide in from the side, so we need to have will change transform on it so that it gets its own layer, very much like we did with the swipeable cards, and then we can transform it in and out. We're also going to need some buttons for bringing it in and out, and we're going to have some touch events so that we can do the dragging stuff. All cool? Let's go back to reality. Welcome back to reality. Oh yes, yes, reality. That's where you'll find us today. Pragmatic to the end. Code. Okay, so the markup and the CSS is pretty much what we discussed in Theory Corner. We've got an aside, we've got a few JS classes here so that we can pick it up in the JavaScript, but mostly it's pretty much what you'd expect. There's a button for closing, there's a button for opening, we've got a title here for side nav, and then we've got the list of the side nav content. In terms of the CSS, here's what we've got for the background. You can see it's actually done with a before pseudo element, and you can see that it's got a background of black with an opacity of 0.4. We've switched on will change opacity because we know we're going to be changing the opacity, so we're going to say will change opacity. Didn't say will change pasty. That would be a different thing entirely. Will change opacity, and then we can set a transition of opacity with that curve. That looks quite nice. 0.3 seconds, nice and quick. Then the other thing is when we set the side nav to visible, which we're going to do with some JavaScript, and we can say to that before that we want you to fade up from an opacity of 0 to an opacity of 1. The same is pretty much true of the side nav itself. Here it is. And you see it's got a box shadow, so we got a nice little bit of shadow on the side. The interesting thing is we have to transform it by, in my case, 102%, which sounds really odd, but the reason is there's that shadow. And if you just transform it 100% to the left, you still see a little bit of shadow on the left-hand side. So we've just taken it a little bit further, solves that problem. The interesting thing about the side nav itself, the one that comes in from the side, is that it has a separate animatable class. The reason is I want to switch that off when they're doing the drag motion and have it on when they're doing the automated transition from the side in and out. So we use this class to basically say this is kind of, it's doing the automatic transition, or when it's off, it's going to be used for the dragging. Cool. The JavaScript is over here. And it's the same trick as last time, a bunch of event handlers that we bind on with this. If you haven't seen why I do that, go back and watch the Swipeable Cards TLDW explain pretty much why I do this approach to my event handlers. You don't have to take this approach, but it works pretty well for what I'm doing. So we bind all those on, and you can see here we've got the show and the hide. Now here's an interesting one. I actually say that if you click on the side nav, the containing element, the container from Theory Corner, I want you to hide the side nav. Well, that will work, kinda, but then if you click on something inside the side nav, well, that's kind of weird because you clicked on something in the side nav and it's going to dismiss. And the way we get around that is we basically say the side nav itself, that's going to hide it, but any clicks inside, we're going to call this block clicks function, which you can find down here. And block clicks, all that does is stops the propagation. So it's almost like canceling the event. Now, you don't want to do this all the time. You only want to do it when it makes sense for your app, and it makes sense in my case, I think. So that's all good. So I think all that's really left is to just have a quick look at that drag motion. Now, if you remember, the drag motion looks like this. We can click and we can drag, and if we just come away from the side a little bit and let go, it dismisses the side nav. So let's see how we code that in. Well, we have our on-touch start here. And basically, because this is bound to the document, I basically say if the side nav isn't open, bail. Don't hang around. So we're going to call this anytime somebody hits touch start, but we only want to deal with this if the side nav happens to be open. And what we do, very much the same kind of deal as the swipeable cards. We capture the start position and we copy that across to a current position. And then in the touch move, we basically figure out how far we've moved, and then we can apply a transform in a kind of game loop and update function, which you can see here. There's the translate, current minus start, and then we apply it as a transform. If you've seen swipeable cards, this is all sounding very familiar, I'm sure, but it works, and it works really well. The last thing is, on touch end, we basically say, if you've translated just a little bit to the left, hide the side nav. That works out really well for us. One other little thing to note is this. In terms of the on-touch move, by default, you'll get that throttled back in Chrome. So you won't get them every frame unless the very first touch move event has an event.prevent default on it. So what we do is we calculate the translate, and we say if it's less than 0, as in you've started to move it, we prevent the default, and that means it will get all the updates from then on. So there you have it. That's the side nav. Pretty straightforward in terms of these things, but this works really well. It works at 60 frames a second, even on a mobile device. If you haven't caught the live stream, again, it's about an hour long. It's in the description below, so have a look through there and have a watch of that if you've got a spare hour. Again, it's usual kind of stuff. You see all the bugs, you see all the chat, you see all the discoveries and the kind of discussion that Surma and I had. Don't forget to subscribe. Done. And I'll catch you next time. If you, like me, like clicking on things, you can okay, hit the subscribe. And there's the live stream.
Hey folks, welcome to Totally Tooling Tips Season 3.
Come check us out. We're going to be talking about progressive web apps, some of the tooling around them.
On first visit, we've got a relatively fast time to first meaningful paint. Module bundling, accessibility. Do you know what the top 4 things to look at when it comes to web accessibility are?
No, I can only think of 2. I only think of audio and then visual.
So there's visual, hearing, mobility, and cognition.
The first episode will be out on April the 27th. So subscribe to the YouTube channel, check out Season 1 and 2 before Season 3 starts, which will be happening soon.
We promise that Season 3 is going to be equally as mediocre as Seasons 1 and 2.
Chrome 51 makes it easy to know when an element enters or exits the viewport with intersection observers. You can make the sign-in process way easier with the new Credential Management API, and you can reduce jank with passive event listeners. I'm Pete LePage. Let's dive in and see what's new for developers in Chrome 51. Intersection observers let you know when an observed element enters or exits the browser's viewport. No more jank-inducing calls to get bounding client rect or listening for scroll events. To use, simply create a new intersection observer, provide a callback and an options object. Then tell the observer which elements to watch. Boom! When the element enters or exits the viewport, the callback is fired. Check the description below for a link to a demo, browser support, and more. Creating, remembering, and typing passwords is a pain in the neck, especially on mobile. Chrome 51 supports the Credential Management API, a new W3C spec that allows your site to interact with the browser's credential manager and federated account services like Google and Facebook, improving the login experience. The API has 3 key methods: navigator.credentials.get to get the user's credentials and initiate a sign-in flow, store to save the user's credentials in the credential manager, and require user mediation to disable automatic sign-in. There's more info about the Credential Management API, including a demo and links to the docs below. Did you know that simply adding an empty touch event handler to a page can make scrolling janky? Less than 20% of touch events call prevent default, canceling the scroll. But because the browser doesn't know if it'll be called or not, it has to wait for the JavaScript to finish. Chrome 51 adds support for passive event listeners, allowing you to declare that an event listener won't prevent a scroll, making it easier to eliminate jank. These are just a few of the changes in Chrome 51 for developers. Check the description for more details. And be sure to like and subscribe so that as soon as Chrome 52 is released, you'll know what's new in Chrome.
So here we are next to a rainy river, our natural environment for working on code.
Yep, and this one's going to be on DevTools, so it's DevTools, rain, and boats.
Nothing synthetic about this in the slightest. Right, so today we're talking about responsive toolbar. Now, for a while in DevTools, we've had device mode, which has been useful for like building responsive sites. This is sort of an evolution of that tooling. So some of the new things we've added are support for this little toolbar that lets you toggle between like different mobile sizes, like medium, large, tablet, desktop. But we've also improved device emulation. So if we switch over to Nexus 5X, for example, you now get a little bit of device artwork from Android showing on the top and the bottom.
Yeah, and then they've added an extra little drop down where you can then say you want portrait with a navigation bar, which is like Chrome's URL bar. But you can also do portrait and landscape with keyboard as well, which is kind of nice, especially if you're doing like form input, just to see how it renders. Nice little step up as well.
That's kind of cool. You also have a drop down for being able to say, you know, how much of the viewport you want to occupy for your actual device preview. And we've got this little menu with a few extra options in here. So one of the things that you might have tried out before is the show media queries option. Super useful. It basically like parses out the media queries in your page, and you can just see what your page looks like at different media query breakpoints.
I already have some beef with this because if you try and use it as is after you've selected a device, it does nothing. But if you go to the responsive mode and drop down and then click on it, then it starts working.
What are you talking about, Matt? It's all perfect. It's all perfect.
No, it needs an issue.
Okay, you file a bug on that.
Yep.
Other things that we include in here include show device pixel ratio, so you can switch up your device pixel ratio settings. Another thing that I usually have on is network throttling.
So if you're building to be resilient against like really flaky network conditions or Wi-Fi or anything like that, network throttling can be useful to toggle on. Usually you can have on like a good like 3G or 2G setting, and that just means that when you're loading up your page, we're going to throttle that connection, and it'll load up a little bit more slowly than it normally would.
It's kind of nice just having that there, because otherwise you bury it in the network thing. It's way too easy to leave it on some random setting, start looking at the elements, fixing other problems. It's nice just having it constantly there in the responsive mode. You
can also, like, let's say you're building an app, like a progressive web application, and you've got service worker support. You can also switch it on offline to try out your service worker and just make sure it's working well offline.
It would be great if there was just like one button, like disable internet.
Yeah.
Just the airplane icon. That's all you need. Done.
Folks were asking about ruler support, so we've got a show rulers option there. Wasn't there before, it's now back. You can check that out if you like rulers. Some of the newer stuff that we've been playing with are the ability to trigger add to home screen. So let's say you wanted to emulate your web application manifest experience. You can click trigger add to home screen. It'll bring up this message at the very top that says, add this site to your shelf to use it any time. You can click add, and it'll bring up a little prompt that says, okay, well, what do you want to customize the name of this thing to? And the idea behind this is that it's supposed to just emulate that add to home screen experience you get on Android.
Yeah, and it was kind of annoying because before you'd have to do it on your phone, you need something to download the manifest file, and normally the reason you'd want to do that is because if there's a problem in your manifest file and Chrome wasn't happy, it wouldn't pass it, and it's just tricky to debug. So having this hard way of just saying go and download it and pass it is insanely helpful when you just do it.
As a reminder, we also have another little panel called sensors, which lets you go and emulate different sensors. So you can emulate geolocation coordinates, device orientation, and you can decide whether or not you want to emulate touch based on your device or whether you want to do force touch, force enabled. Yeah, that's about it for the responsive toolbar and the new device mode.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Supercharged. Now this is a kind of TLDW. Last week I did a live stream with Surma where we made some swipeable cards. Now you probably recognize swipeable cards from things like Google Now, where you just kind of take a card and you dismiss it. And you can actually see what I've got on screen. This is what we ended up making. There you go, you see? Dismiss it and all that kind of good stuff. Now the idea is, if you've not got an hour to watch that live stream back, although if you can, I would recommend it, and you can find the link to that below. If you can't, that's exactly what this is for. I want to step through the things that we learned, the things that we did, and just so you can get an insight into what actually went into it. So, before we actually get started, what I want to do is I want to step over to Theory Corner. Oh yeah, theory. Love theory. And what we can do in Theory Corner is discuss what we need to do. Join me. Welcome to Theory Corner. You can tell it's Theory Corner because there's some theory in a corner. Now, this is what we have. We've got the cards. You can tell it's a card because it says card. The cards have will change transform on it. The idea I have here is that we want each card to be transformed around the screen. And so we want to give each card its own layer. The compositor then can move those around with the help of the GPU. So long as we stick to transform, opacity, and we set will change, we should be good. So we move the card as you touch and swipe. But as you get across to this side, we have this marker of 0.35. Now I picked that at random. You could pick a different number. 0.35. If you go past that point, we basically say, well, this card is being dismissed. So we slide it off to the side. The other thing that we're going to do is we're going to change the opacity. So the further you go across, the lower the opacity in both directions. So that works there. OK, so we're going to put each card on its own layer, and shift it side to side, and fade it out. Let's go back to reality. What we're going to do here is we're going to step into the code so you can actually see bit by bit what we actually did. Here's the cards, and what we do first of all is we basically create an array from the cards that we've got in the document. So we'd have to have some kind of code that adds or removes those cards later on, but don't worry about that. We'll just get on with what we've got here. The next thing to notice is that I've got these named functions on start, on move, on end, and update. Now the first three are our input events, and I choose to do it this way. What I do is I take a copy of it by calling .bind on this, and that takes it from the prototype into the actual instance. But it does another thing for me as well. It means that it's bound to the instance so that in those functions, when I say this dot whatever, is actually applying to the instance and not to the target's event. No, wait, the event's target. Oh, one of those two. So it also does something else for me. It means that I can do add event listener and remove event listener, and I can call it by name. I can say like this dot on start, for example. You can see that down here in the add event listeners. So I do add event listener for touch start, touch move, touch end, mouse down, mouse move, and mouse up. All of them. Yay! And I can just basically say on start, on move, on end, and so on. And if I wanted to do the remove event listeners, I could do that, and that would just work out fine for me. So we've got our event listeners, and we have a bunch of variables here that are just sort of housekeeping, things that we need to keep a track on. The other thing I do is I start a request animation frame where I busily sort of kind of do an update. Now, if you're doing this in production, I would suggest you don't do it quite like this. I would start the request animation frame when the user starts interacting, and then when the animation's finished, I would stop doing the request animation frame loop. But for the case of this, just to keep things simple, I just start it right at the start, and I do a kind of busy loop through. So what do we actually do in the on start, on move, and on end event listeners? Wow, saying event listeners over and over and over and over and over again, that's not confusing for me. No! What do we do in those? Well, first, in the on start, the main thing is this. We basically take a marker for the start position of the interaction. Where does the user put their finger down on the screen? And then we get that with page X. The other thing we do is we take a copy of that for the current position, because as we move our finger, we're going to update the current position so we know where we started and where we currently are, and the difference is how far we want to transform the card. The other things that we do in this is we set the dragging card to say true, but as we discussed in Theory Corner, we set will change to transform. Now we can check that that actually works by going back to the code, bringing up DevTools, and in the rendering settings, we're going to show layer borders. Anything that's got its own layer is going to go orange around its border. You ready? So when I click, you can see that immediately the card gets its own layer, which is really cool. That means that we can transform and move it around cheaply, like we discussed over there in the Theory Corner. Here's what we got in the on move. It's fairly straightforward. All we do is we take the current position of the input and we basically say that's the current X. Now inside the update, what we can do is we can say if they're dragging the card, the screen X, which is basically the position of the card on the screen, is the current minus the start. That's basically how far they've moved. And we can apply the transform to account for that. Ta-da! Now when the user stops interacting, we actually have to make a decision. If you remember over in Theory Corner, we said if the user is past that 0.35 marker, so it's a sort of a 0 to 1 range, 1 being the full distance of the card, 0 being not at all. If they go past 0.35, which is what I've chosen, but you could choose a different number, what we want to say is they are dismissing the card. And we do this by setting a target X, which we use later on in the update. And here we do screen X plus equals the target minus the current screen X over 4. What this is going to do is it's going to ease the card to that final position, which will either be the same.
Hello, it's me again. Hey, it's more people, more drinks. It's kind of crazy. Is everyone good? Was the break useful? Great, cool. Did you speak to a lot of people? Yes, good. People said no, never spoke to anyone. It's fine. I always have this thing, like, so if you ever see me walking around, I have this like permanent grumpy face. I've been told that my face is like 100% grumpy and it looks like I'm annoyed all the time. It turns out I'm actually a really happy person. It's just my face doesn't express it. So just like, if you see me and you want to talk, just come up, talk to me, talk to any of our team as well. I'm more than happy to talk to you. Unless I really am grumpy and then I don't know what to do. So I don't know what I'm talking about now. I'm waffling. This is not on my script. So anyway, one of the things that we've been trying to talk about, at least anyway, through the 2 days, is that we don't want these features to be kind of thought of in isolation. Like you build an experience and it needs to rely on service worker, or it needs to rely on push, and you have different ways of thinking about how you can actually build experiences which are useful, engaging, and usable by everyone, everywhere. And one of the things is that we have a number of different browser vendors as well, and I like to think that we have this idea of like a lumpy web where we have some features which are like these massive holes in the ground where like features are just not implemented across different browsers, and then you have features which are kind of implemented but you have kind of like compatibility issues where it's like little lumps and bumps that you have to deal with. And the great thing is like we've got people here to talk about that today. So I would like to introduce, well, I don't know how to pronounce his name because I go to speak to people and say, so I just want to check your name. How do you pronounce your name? Yes, I said, is it Patrick Kettner, right? He said, yeah, close enough. I was like, what do you mean close enough? Is it right? And it's like, well, it might be Kesner or something. I was like, oh, really? And it's, no, I'm just messing around. But he said, you can call me P. Diddy. So I don't know whether we can go with that. Can we announce P. Diddy, Interop PM for Microsoft on the stage? Oh, actually, Patrick Kettner. Cool.
Thanks, Paul. My name is Patrick. Feel free to call me P. Diddy. No one actually does. But I'm here today to talk to you about keeping the progressive in progressive web apps. Like Paul said, my name's Patrick Kettner. If you Google me, that's the photo you'll find over there. And despite what my shirt and my cake have, I actually work at Microsoft. Specifically, I work on the Edge team in the Edge browser. If you guys are up to date on your news, you might have seen a couple of days ago, one of my coworkers, Jacob Rossi, released a wonderful blog post called The Progress of Web Apps, which is an awesome pun. High fives were all around when we thought of that. And it's all about Microsoft's plan for what progressive web apps can be on our platform and maybe alternative install flows or stuff like that. It's a great blog post. The Edge team has done a lot of phenomenal work, and we're continuing to commit a lot of resources to the progressive web app story, but that's not really what I'm here today to talk to you about. I'm here today to talk to you as a web developer. I've been a web developer for a pretty long time. When I started writing websites, they looked a lot less like Medium and more like that. Whoa, that's not like that, but like that, yeah, hey, that's Mosaic. And when I first started writing websites like about Ninja Turtles, it was just kind of really exciting that we had the ability to save a file, and then someone around the world would like open a file and see it. And it was just, my mind was blown that I could actually show someone my Ninja Turtles and they would be excited about it as much as I was. Not that anyone ever was. This is the first time I've had an audience to show my favorite Ninja Turtle. But yeah, I was hooked at a really young age, basically, and it's been such an exciting experience being able to be a part of the web community and kind of see it evolve to when like DHTML was introduced. Do you guys remember that? Woo! Yeah, PPK. You know, to the Wired redesign where we showed that standards were actually a really good thing and you can make some really awesome websites that didn't need table layouts, and you know, CSS Zen Garden, the responsive web article by Ethan Marcotte. You know, there's all these big stages in web development, these kind of seminal moments where things changed and they never ever really went back. And so a while ago, I was sitting at my home in Seattle and I heard about this kind of really new, exciting way to make websites, one that would use the latest web technology that was, you know, safe and secure and would use the same encryption that our banks and e-commerce used, and it would look and behave exactly the way that apps did. And one of the most compelling features being that they were easy to release. You could just change the code rather than go through this really complex update process. Has anybody ever developed on an Android or iOS app and you know how painful? Yeah, it's kind of painful to release anything. And in preparing for this talk, I was thinking about how far we have come, you know, in the last year, you know, all the different amazing progressive web apps that have been created and have been shown. And I was just really thrilled at how far we had come since Steve Jobs talked about all this in 2007 at WWDC when he introduced the original iPhone and all of the web apps that came with it. You might not remember that, but he actually did, and there was a great collection of web apps that worked well for the web 9 years ago. We actually just passed the 9-year anniversary of it. It was the middle of June 2007, and 8 years after that, about a year ago from now, Alex Russell had dinner with his wife Frances, and they came up with the concept that we now today call progressive web apps. He penned it the next night, and it was, you know, what brings us here today. And progressive web apps are finally that fulfillment that we have been promised for nearly 10 years on the web. The idea that you can have this rich native experience that leverages all of the user's device. And we have gotten some really, really beautiful, wonderful examples of what that can really be like. Stuff like the Flipkart API, the Flipkart redesign. Flipkart, if you're unaware, completely shut down their mobile website and then a month or two before Alex's article and brought it back with an amazing reference implementation of what progressive web apps can be. The Washington Post had their recent progressive web app demo that is incredibly fluid, incredibly slick. They have 80 millisecond load times on new articles. It's wonderful. One of probably the best reference implementations, airhorner.com, of a progressive web app. It works across. I've yet to come into a device that it doesn't work wonderfully on, except if you don't support web audio, I guess. But you know, I was sitting there and thinking about how it was amazing that we could finally do all these things on the web. And something, as excited as I was, something wasn't quite sitting with me right. And it wasn't the sites themselves. The teams that made them are wonderful. They do incredible work. But it was more of the way that, as a community, we're sort of focusing on progressive web apps. It wasn't the sites. It was this. It was that we're sort of thinking of them as standalone applications that are created wholesale for the mobile web. And what's been presented isn't really the mobile web. I mean, this is a better example of the web. And I mean, that's again, Airhorner is a phenomenal app. And, you know, it's, even then, like Airhorner, sorry, not Airhorner, progressive web apps in general and how we've thought of them, including Airhorner, isn't just like this. There's more than just this. I'm sure you guys are all aware that last year Google announced that mobile search had taken over desktop search for the first time in history. It's been well over a year now. And that's true. Mobile is the future in India, China, Africa, any emerging markets. Mobile is where people are going first. But if you think about what that is saying, that it's just now surpassing desktop, that means that there is still a huge, non-trivial part of the web that is still the desktop. People use computers, even though we spend a lot of our time on mobile. There is still a lot of people, my parents included, never hardly touch their smartphones. They touch their desktops at work. And there's a lot of content and a lot of ways that we can introduce progressive web apps and the ideas behind them, the APIs behind them, to produce stuff other than just new, wonderful mobile experiences, but wonderful web experiences. Because progressive web apps are not just a radical new way to create sites, they are also a radical new way to update websites. As Booking.com showed, you can take pieces of what make up progressive web apps, the new APIs, and update your existing app, have something that is a really compelling experience. And I'd like to go over a couple of different ways that I've, myself and my team have come up with them recently. First of all, the app manifest. We've mentioned it a number of times, so I assume everyone was at least paying attention at some point when we talked about the web app manifest. It is basically just a big text corpus. It's a JSON file that has a whole lot of metadata about your website, stuff like the language, the direction of the text, a description for like search engines, an array of different icons that might be used, where you want to start, the orientation, a whole lot of stuff like theme color, just a lot of different metadata about your website. You can also include related applications, ways, if you also, for those few that raise their hands because they have helped to work on an iOS device, you can actually support a user being able to automatically jump into a native application if that's what your company wants. You also have the ability to say prefer related applications. Hopefully that's always false. And the great thing about the web app manifest is to add it to your web app today or your website even. All you have to do is this. It's a link rel tag. It's a simple line of HTML. You just plop it into your website. And the great thing about a link rel tag is that there's no feature detection needed. You just add it to any website today and it'll parse in Mosaic 2. It'll work everywhere. If your website doesn't support manifest, it's fine. It ignores it. It skips right over it. But you can add it and enhance everyone's experience right away. Something that kind of bothered me when I started looking at the manifest first, when I compared it to the websites I've worked at, is that most of that content that's in the manifest file is also in my HTML already. It's just a little bit different. And so I created a tool to try and help people transition into using the manifest as soon as possible called Manifestation. It's available on NPM. And it does a lot. Basically, what it does is it goes, you give it a URL, and it parses the HTML of that page and generates the most comprehensive manifest file possible. An example of one of the things we do is for the language detection. It will go ahead and load up some node modules. It will load the page in Cheerio, which is like a server-side jQuery. It will check for the lang attribute on the HTML. If that doesn't exist, we'll check for the XML language attribute. If that doesn't exist, we'll check for the Dublin core language attribute. Anybody ever heard of that? No one has, but it exists, and so we parse it. Yeah, you have? Hooray! Librarians, yeah. Woo! So if none of those exist, which is unfortunately a common experience, we actually fall back to Google's compact language detection, where we'll load up the entire text of your page, throw it through the tool that powers Google Translate's language detection, and we'll try and get the result out of that. It detects 140 languages, roughly, or 160 languages, and it's pretty reliable. Unless you're using a more obscure language, it almost certainly results in something. It's only ever broken when I've tried to break it, not on live websites. And finally, we grab all that stuff and return it. More complex check is like the icons check. I try and get every icon anyone has ever referenced on their website ever. You'll notice that the amount of modules that I use barely fits onto a slide. And rather than go into the logic, I'll just go over what it covers, the favicon? I've never said that out loud. That ICO file, it'll download it, parse it, check if it's multiple ICO files inside of that one, because that can be multiple icons within the one file. It'll also download it automatically if you don't have one declared on the page from the server's root. It obviously gets the Apple Touch icons, all the different sizes available for that. It even downloads the MS application tile image, which I'm sure everyone has on their website, or even the config inside of that where you can declare a tile image. It checks every possible place you could have a tile and then some. Now, to make this even easier, I actually created a website, Web Manifest, however you would pronounce that. If you go to it, you'll get this ugly website that I made in an hour. That is, all you do is you insert your URL, and then you'll get a pop-up dialog that'll give you the web manifest file. You can add it to your site right now in as much time as it takes you to deploy a single line of HTML. You should do that today, and your journey to creating a progressive web app has already begun. Hooray. Web Manifest also has a couple of cool short URLs if you're interested in the spec. It is pretty neat. /validator will give you Google's web cache manifest validation tool if you want to modify what we give you. There's also /spec, which will give you a hot link to the specification. Now moving on, something called service workers. I'm not sure if anyone's ever heard of this because Google doesn't talk about it that much, but it is actually a really cool part of progressive web apps. Now, like I mentioned, I am a web developer at heart. I work for a browser, but most of what I do is from a web development perspective. And an example of that is I'm actually one of the lead maintainers for Modernizer. Modernizer.com had a redesign about a year ago now. And the biggest change between Modernizer 2 and 3 was us going completely modular. Every single detect became its own module. We had roughly 262, I think we're up to almost 270 now, individual detects along with a couple of dozen options modules. The idea basically is every single time you check off anything on that page, you get a dependency, but that dependency might have subdependencies and subdependencies. It goes on and on and on. And the problem is that a single module that you might be adding might be triggering dozens of requests on the network. And that really sucks. If you've ever traveled or used hotel Wi-Fi by chance, you can know that if a website is doing a whole lot of network activity, it's going to be a really, really crap experience. And so we used a service worker to try and speed that up. And our service worker implementation was super simple because we didn't need complex content generation or anything like that. We just needed a really simple cache. And so we have two different sections. Our prefetch cache, where we list a whole lot of files that we want to download in an array, that prefetch section. And then we open up the cache when we load the page, and we add all those files to our cache. And then they're available instantaneously. These are files that every single user is going to have, stuff like our icon, our CSS, stuff that's shared across across users. It's available everywhere. And the second part is, again, really simple. On fetch, we check to see if anything that is being requested is already cached, something that was in our pre-cache. And if it's not, we trigger off a new request. We check to see if it is in our cache. And if it's not, we fire off a new request and grab it and then cache that response later on. This is that trust the cache, then hit the network after. It works really well for us because we only ever need to update files when we do a release, and so we can just update the hash file in our service worker. The next time we have a new file to change, we can just, everything in the cache will be invalidated. So it's a really simple service worker and something that works for a lot of websites that I help. The only problem with service worker, if you can call it that currently, is its support. Obviously, Chrome and Firefox have it shipping. This is actually a couple of months old, I apologize. But and it's coming to Edge, which is awesome, and hopefully to all other browsers that people use on Apple products. And it will be really exciting when it has there, but it's not there now. Even though we're lucky to have most of our content being served to Chrome and Firefox as a developer-focused website, it's only about 75% of our traffic that supports service workers, which is great. It's better than the average, about 50%, but it's not everybody, and that isn't acceptable. I can't serve a crap experience to 25% of my people. And so I did something that you were kind of told to never to do. I used app cache. And no, don't yell at me yet. It is a douchebag. I'm not saying it's not. If you've never watched App Cache Douchebag from the JSConf 2013, it is a wonderful talk, and it will help educate you as to why everyone hates app cache. If you've only ever been told that app cache is terrible, it's great. Service worker is much, 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 much better than app cache. And app cache is going away on top of that. It's already deprecated in the HTML 5.1 specification, but it covers our use cases. And on top of that, it's available basically everywhere. Every single browser that you'll probably ever counter will do that. It's like 90%. There's almost nothing on Can I Use that's 90%. It's out there. And so if you keep in mind the problems with app cache and you're aware of all the problems you might hit, I think it's okay to use it. It's a douchebag, but it can be like that douchey friend you have that you have to have in high school until you can get rid of them. And so in order to use it, it's a really simple check. Obviously, we want to use service worker if it's available, and so we'll do a simple check for service worker in Navigator. If it's there, we register it. If that's not there, we check to see if application cache exists in window. And if that does, we add the app cache. If you've never used app cache, which seems pretty common, in order to add it to the page, it's the attribute on the HTML element. It's that manifest attribute. You just pass it a URL to your app cache manifest file. And the problem with adding it via JavaScript is that it's a little bit complicated. That manifest attribute has to be there at page load time. You can't dynamically add that attribute and have the app cache take over. So in order to add it to the page, we had to do a little trickery. We create an iframe that is hidden with the source is a file that's just a really lightweight HTML page that just has that manifest. And then we append it to the page. So that file just looks like this. That's the entirety of the file. And we register it in that iframe container. And then it's available on the page instantaneously. It works really, really great. In fact, this is what a manifest file looks like. Basically, that prefetch section that we showed in our service worker cache, we're able to shove into the section for app cache manifest that stuff that we know for a fact every single user is going to want and going to need in order to use our website. And it's able to function. Now, we now have over 97% or 98% of our website works completely offline. And it took our website from 20.7 seconds on non-service worker stuff from hotel Wi-Fi down to 190 milliseconds on reload. App cache is a douchebag, but it can be useful if you know what you're doing. Just pay attention, know the problems, watch that video, and check it out. It can be useful for the short time until service workers are available everywhere. The next thing I'd like to talk about is web workers. Now, web workers are not a part of progressive web apps in the traditional sense, but they do enable one of the most important parts, and that is keeping your applications fast. Now, web workers have been around for a really, really long time. They were added to WebKit back in 2008, which is insane that it's been almost that long. It was version 2 of Chrome when it looked like that. I mean, it's been around for a really, really long time, and for some reason, every time I talk about it, I generally get this reaction from people. It's just like, yeah, I've heard of web workers, but I have no idea what they do or why, like anything about it. And so web workers, if you're unaware, solve a really basic problem on the web, and that is that it's single-threaded by default. If you've ever tried to create like a scroll handler, or tried to create one of those really super cool like parallax websites, and then all of a sudden everything gets terrible and slow and janky, like almost all of them, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's because everything fights for CPU time. You can only be doing one operation at a time, and so if you ever try and do a lot of calculations at once, you get a really, really janky experience, and it ends up being a really terrible user experience. And so what web workers allow us to do is offload tasks to a background thread. We're basically able to take stuff that would be too expensive to run and still have 60 frames per second and be able to generate a much faster experience by having it go in the background. You lose access to the DOM, you lose access to most web APIs, but just about anything that's pure JavaScript and calculation that has to run can be done without a problem. So as a result, super expensive functions become really, really, really cheap. You can able to do some crazy stuff that you would never imagine possible on the web without completely getting like this spinning beach ball of death or a blue screen of death or any other kind of death that you might imagine. And it's completely fine. You get 60 frames a second. It works great. Even better, web workers, like I said, 2008, it's green, baby. Like, it works everywhere. Just about anywhere where you can run JavaScript, so basically not Opera Mini guaranteed, you can run a web worker, and they work phenomenally well. One of my coworkers, Nolan Lawson, created Pokedex.org. It's a great example of a progressive web app. If you haven't checked it out before, I highly recommend it. And one of the really cool things he did here is use Virtual DOM. Virtual DOM is sort of a smaller version of React. It's the idea of being able to take a virtualized version of the DOM, and then when there's changes, you're able to do a diff of those changes to get the smallest number of JavaScript actions that have to happen to make that change. So the concept is what makes React super fast. It's in Ember's Glimmer engine. It's coming to Angular 2. You have the ability to use it in Angular 2, rather. The really interesting thing that Nolan did was that he used Virtual DOM inside of a web worker. He used it to do all that expensive DOM diffing. He did that inside of the web worker, then responded over the post message API back to the website as far as what changes need to be made. It would make the DOM changes and then wait to send back what changes need to be calculated again. As a result, he was able to run at 60 frames per second on a Galaxy Nexus. This is from 2011, a phone. It's nearly 5 years old, and he is getting just phenomenal experience on it. It's awesome. Just about anything. So you might be thinking you might not do a whole lot of calculations on your website, but you'd be surprised. If you're not getting 60 frames per second, debug your JavaScript in your dev tools, find out what bottlenecks are, and see if you can do some off-thread calculations. It makes almost every website I've used it on much, much faster, and it's criminally underused on the web. You can find out more about Nolan's website on it's open source, and it's a great implementation. It's available on GitHub. It's Nolan Lawson, Pokedex.org. The last thing I wanted to cover, because I'm running short on time, is IndexedDB. IndexedDB is another API, like web workers, that have been around seemingly forever. Mozilla was one of the first implementers back in 2010. And that's, yeah, I think it was like Chrome version 5, version 4 of Firefox. It's been around for a really long time. And if you've never used IndexedDB, there's probably a good reason for it. It's that you have other things that you can possibly use that make a lot more sense. Local storage, I'm sure most of us have checked out before. It's local storage.setItem and getItem, and it just works. It's synchronous, it's simple, your code stays clean. This is a similar thing in IndexedDB. It hurts my head really hard to read that. There are cursors, there are transactions. If you come from a database background, if you're a DBA, then you might understand this, and you are way smarter than me. And I don't know, maybe I can hire you to make me something work better. But it is very confusing to me, and it's really difficult. And on top of that, so when you're presented with the concept of using IndexedDB for something, a lot of people are like, well, I can just use local storage or app cache or document.cookie or any of the other possible web storage things that are available on the web. There's 15, 16, 17 different ways where you can try and store content, and IndexedDB becomes one of the more complicated ones and therefore one of the less used ones. And that's a shame, because there are wrappers around IndexedDB like Dexy.js, which give you this really super clean, amazingly beautiful promise-based API, and you have full access to IndexedDB. All of the content that you can store in there, you can do through this beautiful promise-based API. It's like the jQuery of IndexedDB. It's beautiful. If you like local storage style implementations, there's local storage from Mozilla. And it gives you literally, rather just change the ST in storage to an F, and you have local forage.setItem, local forage.getItem. It's packed by IndexedDB, and it works great. Nolan, the guy who created that Pokedex implementation, created a thing called PouchDB, and it's a full CouchDB implementation that works off of IndexedDB. And the great thing about all these things is that they can fall back to WebSQL, something that is supported in browsers even older. Then Firefox 4 is basically just about any browser. They'll fall back to WebSQL, they'll fall back to local storage, they'll fall back to in-memory. So all of these libraries have phenomenal browser support because they are able to run and because they take into account that we're not necessarily planning on these cutting-edge browsers on the mobile space. They want to run as many places as possible. And if you choose one of these and you start to plan around using IndexedDB, you get storage that is way higher than most of us even realize. You can store gigabytes of data in IndexedDB on the desktop with a G, not an M, not anything else, gigabytes of data. I've created demos of podcast apps where I'm able to offline sync dozens and dozens of 120, 200 megabyte episodes completely offline and have it work fine, and it works great. Now, that storage isn't guaranteed to stay around constantly. It can be deleted by the browser if the user runs low on space. There is that persistent storage API that Ben Kelly mentioned that is coming from Google and hopefully all other browsers in the near future. But for stuff that can just help to be worked offline, that just is better if it's offline, media content, even just static caching of your assets on browsers that don't support the full cache API. There's tons of stuff IndexedDB can be used for today, and it works great. On top of that, if you've never checked out web storage, there's this awesome thing called the Browser Storage Abuser that's made by one of the Google guys, and it's available online, and you're able to see just how much storage you can shove into the browser, basically, and all the different types. This is it has file system API, the file API, IndexedDB, WebSQL, local storage, session storage, all this types of stuff. I'm requesting 5 gigabytes right here without a problem. I've gone up to 200 gigabytes on my laptop, and it's never once complained. It works great. The Quota API can explain more about that. It's available at this URL. And yeah, I can't say enough about why aren't you guys checking out IndexedDB? You can store so much phenomenal content. You can make your website scream if you store your assets offline, and you don't have to wait for the cache API. You don't have to wait for the new APIs in all browsers to be there. This is stuff that you can do on a slightly crappier API than what's available, but have it available to all your users today. I guess the point of what I'm trying to get across is don't wait for a re-architecture to start using these features. Check out what fallbacks exist. Check out what you can do to create a similar experience, something that you want to be in the future today, because most of the time, those things already exist. Don't be afraid to use the new things in the web. If it's a feature that's only supported in one browser, don't wait for it to be everywhere. Do feature detections, fall back to things that if you're able to, and have a great experience today. Make awesome websites and make your users love the web as much as we do. You can do phenomenal things with the web if you start pushing the limits. I would love to see more and more experiments that bring app-like experiences to stuff that is years and years old. Steve Jobs said we could do it, so let's show him that we were right about the web. Now, like I said, my name is Patrick Kettner. That's my handle pretty much everywhere on the web. That's also my email at Microsoft. I'd love to hear about anything other than Internet Explorer. Feel free to contact me. It's a great time. The Edge team is awesome. I'd love to hear you guys' feedback or questions or complaints about anything. Thank you very much, and I'll be in the Code Lab later if you guys want to talk about progressive enhancement, and thanks for having me.
Cool. Hey, so does pdiddy at Microsoft.com also redirect to you?
Yeah, I actually requested that today.
Okay,
so
sweet.
yeah,
Cool.
it'll work now.
So you can try that one. Maybe don't. Maybe it's wrong. No, that's cool. I actually just want to ask a really quick question. So who stores data on the client in a website or a web app? Can you raise your hands? Cool. Can you keep it raised as local storage? Okay. IndexedDB? Wow, okay. WebSQL? So I've just gone through most of them. What does everyone else use to store data in the client? If it's gone through. Cookies. Oh, wow, that's a good one. Cool. We're going to be really quick now. I've been taking notes about kind of how I should try and kind of introduce the next speaker, and sometimes I mess my job up. And I've got test. It's the worst thing ever, so I apologize in advance. But we've been working with Opera for quite a long time now, and we've got quite a nice relationship with Opera, and we've got a nice story for how to build on the web progressively, even ignoring progressive web apps. But I'd like to introduce Andreas Bovens, the product manager for Opera Mobile, on stage as well, and he's going to talk about progressive web apps and Opera's perspective. Cool. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you so much. It's a great turnout, and it's a fantastic venue. And thanks so much to Google for inviting me to speak here. So today, I'll be talking a little bit about Opera's perspective on progressive web apps. My name is Andreas Bovens, and I'm a product manager of Opera for Android, and I'm also heading up Opera's developer relations team. And so last year has been a really fantastic year for us because we had the pleasure to implement, with every release, adding more features to our support for progressive web apps. So we've added support for add to home screen, and the prompt you get at the bottom to sort of suggest that you add a site to the home screen if it qualifies as being a progressive web app and if the user positively engages with it. We've also, of course, have support for service workers and offering a great offline experience. We've just last week released a support for push notifications. So this is brand new. And there is also some internal labs built already that support background sync. They haven't been out yet. We still need to test a little bit more, but I expect this to land very soon in Opera for Android as well. I want to, in this talk, I don't want to go again through the various APIs and the things you can do. So it will not be a very code-heavy talk. But I want to look more at some UX patterns. I want to look at some questions you may have around emerging markets, Opera Mini, and then also some of the challenges we face with progressive web apps and potential solutions. So let's get started. First of all, I want to look a little bit at some of the UX patterns that we've seen coming up with relation to home screen, add to home screen. So first of all, the first pattern I want to cover is channeling users to install banners. And so if you probably know this, if a user engages frequently with a site that is a progressive web app, the browser shows an add to home screen install banner. And so it pops up from the bottom, looks a little bit different depending on the browser you're on, but the basic mechanism is the same. It suggests, hey, do you want to add this site to your home screen? The user can then pick no thanks or to add it, and maybe it's shown again at a later point in time. However, it's also possible to prevent this banner from just popping up all by itself and do something else with it. You can tie it to an alternative trigger, like for instance an install button. And here on airhorner.com, you can see that when the page is loaded initially, there's this install button that pops up at the bottom. And when you press it, the native install banner of the browser's install banner comes up, and the user can choose to install, to install the application or to add it to the home screen. And Flipkart does something similar. It's quite interesting. If you haven't tried it yet, definitely check it out. What happens is when you load the Flipkart website a couple of times, you will feel that it vibrates a little bit. And then there's this little cross at the bottom that sort of wiggles a bit. And it suggests, OK, do you want to install this web app to your phone? And if you click it, only then the install banner shows up at the bottom. And this is quite interesting because it allows Flipkart to only channel users to this install banner who are really engaged. So only engaged users get to see this because they first have to click this little button, and so that Flipkart is certain, like, yes, they're going to press add to home screen, and sort of they keep more control over the user flow and user funnel. So this is quite interesting, something to consider if you're building a progressive web app. Another pattern I want to look at is that what I find quite exciting is that now the more and more progressive web apps are popping up all over the place. We see that progressive web apps are using display modes other than sort of the standalone display mode. And so I want to look here at two simple examples. I recently was browsing The Guardian, and suddenly an install banner popped up, and it said, hey, do you want to add this site to your home screen? So I did. When I launched it, I actually noticed that they're using Display Browser, which pops the site back up into the browser, so it doesn't go standalone or full screen or something like that. And so you can still use the URLs and sort of use that as a navigation aid, or maybe for sharing and things like that, which is, of course, is quite important for a newspaper if it wants to build social media engagement around its content. So that was kind of interesting to see. This is another app. It's called Flickplay. You can find it on flickplayapp.io. It's made by Chinese developers, and I've been talking with them, and so they're really excited about the potential of progressive web apps. And they're using display full screen and orientation portrait. So they log this game in portrait mode because it would make sense to sort of reorient it if you go in landscape mode. And so you can see that they can offer a really immersive experience. It's also really smooth. So it's barely noticeable or not at all noticeable that you're using this game inside a web browser. It feels like a totally native app. So do check it out. And then let's talk about offline, some of the UX patterns we see there. One of the things you have to wonder about is, okay, do I want to save specific content units or do something else? For instance, SoundSlice offers a save offline option for specific content units. In this case, it's not articles, but it's lessons with musical notation. And so what happens is, if you click the Save Offline button there at the bottom, the musical notation and the audio is downloaded, and then afterwards it says, okay, offline mode is enabled. And you can play it back even if you're offline. So the interesting thing with SoundSlice is if you access it while being offline, it just shows you a special UI that lists all the lessons you've downloaded, and so you don't have to hunt around and try to figure out in the UI of the site, okay, what did I download and what didn't I download and where can I find it? But it just gives you a nice list, and you can interact with it and play it back. So it's a quite nice experience. But here, so user interaction is required. The user says, I want to keep this, this, and that, and then later on you can get back to it. Another type of approach is to try to save almost all site content. This might also be right for your particular use case. For instance, if we look at the Washington Post, this is the online experience, normally very, very beautiful layout, really snappy experience. And if you go offline and you refresh, this is what it looks like. It's exactly the same. The only thing that's changed is a little airplane icon in the top right corner. When you click on articles in offline mode, so let's look at that first article there. You see that you can read the full text of the articles. The text is a bit more at the bottom, but believe me, it's there. But images, they're not prefetched. So the text is prefetched, and it's all there in the background. But the images are not there. And I found this kind of funny, actually, particularly for this image, which it's actually not offline. That's why it's not shown. The user is offline, the image is online, and that's why nothing's shown. But I found this kind of a funny quirk. Anyways, and so when you refresh the page, you actually, this is what the article looks like when we reconnect and refresh. And then when you go back offline, the article stays. So all the content you've interacted with actually stays, including images this time. So this is a really nice and smooth experience. And it just balances rightly. The text is cheap to download, so it's nice to have that cache. This is probably what the user is interested in, whereas images are more expensive to download, and you only want to do that when there is specific user intent to sort of load that image and get the full content of the article. The Google I/O progressive web app also does something similar. What it does is it downloads the full site in the background, which is not so heavy. There's a few images, a bit of text, schedule, and so on. And it doesn't do this with videos because that would be a bit too much. Users would incur significant bandwidth costs otherwise. And it also informs the user, hey, the site will work offline. So it says caching complete, future visits will work offline. Also quite nice. So this is a similar approach on a different site. And there's many other sites, so it's been quite interesting actually to see how all of this stuff is surfaced and explored by various sites. Then another pattern I wanted to look at real briefly is how sites indicate that the user is offline. Let's go back to our Google I/O site. So when you go into offline mode, I just turned on airplane mode in this case, there's a banner at the bottom pointing out that you're offline, but that editing will work. So this is quite nice. It tells me, hey, you're offline, but you can still use the site and interact with it. And if you look at Flipkart, it also, all the way at the bottom, it says, hey, you're offline currently. You may still browse previously viewed items, though. And what you also see is that they've grayed out the whole content. And there's another site, geo.tv, that also grays out its images when it's offline. Personally, I'm not a big fan of this, but it might work as sort of an indication of like, hey, this content is stale, it's not so fresh, using this filter on top. But it might also be a UX pattern that we see more commonly popping up, and maybe that users might like or that makes sense to them, especially as these offline experiences are still very new. Okay, let's have a look at push. We implemented push recently, and this is a funny story. I was looking around for sites that support push notifications in Opera, and to my surprise, actually, a number of them do browser sniffing, so stuff wasn't working. We had implemented the API, but we had to sort of work with a number of sites to get things to work. But anyways, New Scientist was a happy exception. It worked out of the box. And so this was the very first push notification I got. I was like, yay, a push notification. And then, unfortunately, it was to say that the Great Barrier Reef rat is the first mammal wiped out by global warming. So that was kind of sad at the same time. So here's a picture of this rodent. Too bad, but yes. So that was my first received push notification on Opera for Android. So what I want to look at is how we can use notifications for re-engagement of users. I don't have much of a demo here or an example, but I like you to think a little bit about the idea that push notifications allow web apps basically to list visitors for re-engagement in a really low friction manner without requiring them to download an app or sign up to receive emails with the latest news or things like that. It's just enough if the user goes to the site, flicks a switch, and accepts the notification permission prompt, and from then on, you can reach this user. The user can forget about the site, can remove it completely, and still you will be able to reach this user at some point in the future. This is, for instance, very interesting for, let's say, a concert ticket site or something like that, where you don't, a lot of sites ask you to convert by using their app, to download their app, or by signing up for future news. But push notifications make this unnecessary, basically. And you can just, with the flip of a switch, you can get users to sign up, and later on you can reach them. Unless they clear permissions, of course. So Celio, which is a service that created a progressive web app, they also pointed this out, and they said in their document, I really recommend looking at it. It's a really great presentation about progressive web apps. They say that web push is a killer communication channel. It's more reliable than native app push, and we can send push messages even when the user doesn't have the app. So that was for them eye-opening, and it allows you to build an experience, get users on board in a really low-friction way, and later on reach them in a much more pervasive way, actually, maybe longer-term way, let's say, than you can with a native app or other sign-up methods. Another pattern I want to look at is how sites contextualize why they need permission to send notifications. So this is something you as a web developer should look at. Okay, how do I want to do this? And so on weather.com, it has also push notifications that work out of the box here. And so you have to go to a specific section in the settings, and you have to go there to configure your notifications. And they really explain very well why you'd want to click allow on the push notification permission prompt that comes up next. So they say, okay, you can activate your alerts right here, and so on and so on. The user has to flick a switch, and then this comes up, and then you can choose and save your settings. So they really try to give a good story as to why the user should accept this permission request. And I find this a quite interesting experience. So this is one way to approach it. Another way to approach it is to just ask up front, almost on first load, hey, give us permission. And you may say that, oh, this is terrible design, but in some cases it might also work. So for instance, if you look at Facebook, you could argue that, well, once the user signs in to Facebook, this maybe is sufficient intent to indicate, like, yeah, I want to engage with the Facebook site on a mobile browser, and of course, I want to get push notifications on, say, a native app. You would expect as much, right? So maybe on the web, it's fine to just ask it up front before they start even using the site, just to get as many people on board as possible. There is also, for instance, New Scientist also asks this on first load of the page. It's maybe a little bit too fast because you haven't even read anything. There's no intent yet, do you want to sign in or something like that, or come back, and immediately push notification request is asked. So there's different schools of thought. Some of them say, okay, it's better to ask these kind of difficult questions as early on in the process as possible, because if you sort of leave them for later, very few people will find them. Few people will go to the settings and try to enable it there. So you have to think very well where you want to ask this. So I think best practices will emerge over time. I don't know if there is a golden bullet, probably a silver bullet. It probably will evolve, and it depends very much on the experience you're building. So to summarize, these are the things you should consider, some of the things we looked at. Channel add to home screen prompts or not. Is the display mode and orientation of your site optimal? What type of content do we want to save offline? Do we want to save this content after user action or automatically in the background? How do we indicate that a user is offline? And do we want to ask him to sign up, or are push notifications better? And when do we want to ask users to accept notifications so that we can interact further with them? These are sort of some of the things we've looked at and some of the questions you should ask yourself when you build a progressive web app. Let's have a look at emerging markets as a next topic. So over the last couple of years, millions of mobile-first and mobile-only users have come online. And if you were here yesterday, you also saw Tal Oppenheimer's talk, which also went quite into detail about this topic. And so these users have specific needs and concerns. A really quick background story. We found that a subset of active Opera for Android users was not updating to the latest version. They were stuck on an old version that we released last year, or a couple of other versions, and they were active users using it daily or weekly, but they were not upgrading to the latest version. So we sent them a survey and we asked, why are you not upgrading? Why don't you want to get on the latest version? And this is what they told us. In many cases, their data package was so limited that they were afraid to run out of data by updating the app. They said, we only want to do this if it's really needed, if it's really necessary, and just an upgrade with like some tiny feature was not enough for them to spend X amount of megabytes to update to the latest version. And also, interestingly, a lot of these phones are underpowered phones that are being used in emerging markets, and a number of users had run out of storage space, so they couldn't. Their operating system sort of, told them, well, you cannot upgrade, and maybe they didn't want, or it wasn't obvious to them that they had to delete pictures to save up more, or pictures or other data or other apps to save up space to upgrade. So this was quite eye-opening. And recently, this was also, recently I followed some conversations on Twitter around progressive web apps, and I saw a few web developers from Africa talking with each other and interacting and discussing progressive web apps. So I reached out to two of them. On the right, you see Eugene. He's from Nairobi in Kenya. And on the left, there is Constance, and he works in Nigeria for Conga. And so I asked him some questions, and this sort of confirmed what we found earlier also in our user survey. So the article is on DevOpera. If you want to check it out, I'll just feature a couple of quotes. So this was mostly Constance here that I'm quoting, and he said, Nigerians are extremely data sensitive. The same is true for people in Kenya and probably a lot of other African countries. And he said people sideload apps and other content from third parties, so they go with somebody with a computer with a lot of APKs on it, plug in USB, and then transfer apps like that. So what could possibly go wrong, right? So they sideload apps and other content from third parties, and also via Xender, I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a peer-to-peer sort of app that is being used for local file sharing. And with progressive web apps, without the download overhead of native apps, developers in Nigeria can now give a great and up-to-date experience to their users, because it's just really low threshold, really low friction to load a website. It's very light, and of course, these updates are instantly. And he continues, if I were to pick just one feature of progressive web apps I'm super excited about, is the ability to detect and handle offline, unreliable network conditions with service workers. So this is very interesting. And that's probably also why you see early adopters of progressive web apps. It's not Wired.com when CSS came around. Wired.com was one of the first sites to adopt CSS for its layout. Or if you remember Boston Globe, which was one of the first major sites using responsive web design. But instead, we see a lot of these apps, web apps or web services in Asia and Africa jumping on progressive web apps and building really interesting experiences. And so this is very exciting, and it sort of shows a little bit the direction and really why this whole idea around progressive web apps matters so much. Because it allows them to create a great low friction experience on any kind of device, basically. Let's talk a little bit about Mini, because we're talking about emerging markets, and a lot of people in emerging markets and all around the globe are using Opera Mini every day. So actually about 250 million people every month use Opera Mini, and the number is still growing. And so if you didn't know, Opera Mini is a proxy browser, but over the last year, actually, it has evolved quite a bit. And if you haven't looked at it lately, I recommend you to try it out. This is a preview of the latest beta on Android. And Opera Mini now has multiple rendering modes on Android. So it's not only the classic view anymore, it's still there, the Presto-based server-side rendering, but there's other views as well. And so when you use data, it uses the built-in WebView component with compression. So it uses our servers to compress content, but it uses the built-in WebView renderer, which means you will get great compatibility and a lot of standard support. On Wi-Fi, it uses built-in WebView without compression, and unless you turn it on. So this is also using WebView, so it's really a great experience as well. And there's also an extreme mode, which is sort of also known as OBML, or the classic Presto-based compression mode that maybe if you've looked at Opera Mini in the past. It results in really large data savings because we compress the pages to something really small, but it also we incur some breakage along the way because JavaScript is somewhat supported, but not to a great extent, and so there's much more limited page interaction. We're in the process of moving users as much as possible over to the WebView-based powered modes, the WebView powered modes. Sometimes we even switch this dynamically when we detect the site is, better off using a WebView powered mode. We switch to it in the background, and then we switch back to extreme mode if the user continues surfing. But many of our users are still using extreme mode. The reason is because they like it, because they've gotten used to it, or maybe because they have a handset like a Java phone or a Windows phone, where these WebView modes are not supported. So it might be that they're one of those devices and they don't have a way to switch back. But you'd be surprised, actually. A lot of people really use extreme mode, and they prefer this experience over what we would, what we would think would be preferential, which is like the full package with full web standard support. A lot of users actually really like and are concerned about this extreme mode because it allows them to save so much data. So what about progressive web app support? This is sort of a difficult question. And so in the WebView powered modes, they have solid standard support, as I said, including service worker support. So sites will work pretty nicely. We work together with Flipkart to get their site to work well there. And this, you've got full interaction and so on. It's really nice. You don't have add to home screen or push notifications, but the service workers part works really nice. And of course, all the rest of the page interactions. The extreme mode does not support progressive web apps features and comes with limited JavaScript support. So you have to watch out a little bit there. It's a bit more complicated. But for this reason, I want to go back to this is sort of about putting the progressive in progressive web apps and things like that. It's important you build your apps carefully balancing content, presentation, and client-side scripting. And you follow this progressive enhancement principles as much as possible to build up an experience that works well on lower-end devices or proxy browsers like Opera Mini, all the way up to the latest browser with the latest bells and whistles on really powerful devices. And so, of course, there are certain experiences. Let's say you built a camera app that is a progressive web app. That will be very hard to support in Opera Mini, simply because all the necessary APIs are not available. But if you have, for instance, a site that is very content-heavy, it makes a lot of sense to serve this content as HTML and then sprinkle some scripting and so on top, but still have a usable experience with HTML only. And so this is quite important to consider because these users, they matter, and they can also be users of your service, so why not? To paraphrase or to quote Paul Kinlan yesterday, he was talking about this, and he said, don't start with the technology, start with the experience that you want to build, and sort of think of it like that, and then build up the site around that experience to make that experience possible. This is a good approach, I think. Because in the end of the day, what we want to build is a World Wide Web, not a wealthy Western web, where only people with powerful cell phones can access content, but it should work for everyone. So, coming to the last point, some issues and ideas that we've had. I think personally that you are offline, telling users that is a bit outdated. It's maybe okay if it's the first time they visit the page and they happen to be offline and there's just no way that the browser can know what to serve or that anything can be served at all. So then that's fine. But if you visited the site before and you try to reach it again, but you happen to be offline at that point, maybe this is what we should say. This site doesn't work offline. It seems like you're offline, but this site hasn't been built for offline use. So we blame the site instead of the user. And I think it's sort of time to start thinking about how we can tell users as a browser vendor, hey, you're offline, that's great. The site doesn't work. It's not because of you, but because the site just doesn't cater for offline use. And sort of to nudge site owners a little bit to provide an offline experience, which should be part of the package. Use service workers and so on to do this. Then something about ambient badging, and Alex has been talking about this. He said a couple weeks ago, wouldn't it be great if there was a button in the URL bar that appeared whenever you landed on a progressive web app that you could always tap to save it to your home screen? And so we also thought that would be great. So we implemented something. If you go to Washington Post, for instance, or any other progressive web app, you see here, I don't know, do you see what is different? Some of you maybe? Yeah, there's a little, this little icon there is a little phone icon, sort of indicates add to home screen, so that you can add the site to the home screen. It's just there. It doesn't require user engagement or anything like that. But it indicates like, hey, this is a bit special. There's this, there's this mode. You can add it to the home screen, and it, will provide a very nice experience for you. So this is something that is in a labs build that will come out later on today, just after this talk. I have to finish writing the blog post, and we'll put it on dev.opera.com. So do check it out. And then another thing is that we looked at is to how to pop a site, how to pop a progressive web app back into the browser. And also a couple of weeks ago, Jeremy Keith, who'll be moderating the panel later on, said, I want people to be able to copy URLs. I want people to be able to hack URLs. I'm not ashamed of my URLs. I'm downright proud. And we also think URLs, of course, are a very basic, fundamental part, architectural part of the internet and how we use the internet. So we also saw, okay, how can we, when you're in a progressive web app that goes in standalone mode or in full screen mode, how do you get back to the URL? How can you retrieve the original URL, maybe because you just want to continue using the site in the browser, or because you want to share it, pass it on to a friend, and things like that. So this is what we built. It's also in the same labs build. And if I click here on an article, load this article in the Washington Post, and then I pull down to refresh, but I go to the right, then suddenly the site, the progressive web app pops back up into the browser, and you can continue interacting with it right there. You can look at it one more time. So this is the pull to refresh, and then you go to the right, or to the left if you want, if you're left-handed. And then it opens back up into the browser. So this will be in a labs build. It will be released later on this afternoon on dev.opera.com, so do check it out. And also worth mentioning, if you are interested in seeing more examples, great examples of progressive web apps, there's a site, PWA.rocks. We try to update it as much as possible with new progressive web apps that pop up in the wild. We fully realize that this is not scalable, but for now it's quite fun to sort of say, hey, there's a new site, let's put it on, and sort of that you can discover it and play around with it. And so, so if you have a site that you want to see featured there, feel free to do a pull request. All the code is on GitHub, and we'll be happy to include it. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Cool, thank you. It feels really rude inviting you to get off the stage only to come back in a minute, but get off. Cool, hey everyone. This is the kind of the last session. I think it's probably the most important one as well, because it's that chance that you get to be able to ask the questions that you want to see answered on the by the browser vendors and people on the Chrome team as well. So I think it's important. Like, I would still encourage you to keep submitting questions. We've had a whole lot of questions going through. I've got like a little sneaky document that I've got going, which Jeremy will be able to see. In case your questions come through. So you don't have to get up and stand up and ask a question. But if you do want to get up and stand up and ask a question, I have this really weird licorice all sort thing. I don't know what it is, but apparently I can throw this and you can catch it, hopefully, and then you speak into it. And you have to, well, I'm told you have to speak quite closely, so can we test? Hello. So like they said, don't do it down here, but do it here. And try not to lick it as well. So one of the things I was going to say is Jeremy will be directing the questions from the audience. So obviously put your hand up, and then we'll try and kind of manage it that way. And then when he says, what's your question, I will try and throw this to you. Then from person to person, it would be good if you could launch it the correct way when signified. Signified? Signal, I think is the word. So I want to get this started pretty quick because I know there's a lot of things that we all want to talk about. I'd like to introduce Jeremy Keith up, and also all of the panelists as well.
Hey everyone. Are we having fun yet? For the Netherlands, that's positively effusive. Wonderful. Okay, so I've got, the panel has grown since I last looked at the website. I'll get everyone to quickly introduce themselves. Just say your name, say where you work, and say what one technology or possibility around all the things we've seen over the last few days that you're really excited by, but really quickly. So, Andreas, go.
You already know me. I work for Opera Software. I'm Andreas Bovens. And I'm really excited about some of the stuff I just showed you, ambient badging and pop back into browser.
Great.
I'm Jake Archibald. Hello? Yeah? I'll just shout. I'm Jake Archibald. I'm a developer advocate on the Chrome team, and I'm really excited about streams, as you heard yesterday.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Schechter. I'm a product manager on Chrome security at Google. And as most of you probably imagined from my talk yesterday, I love HTTPS and TLS and secure connections and all that good stuff. Great.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jongki Song, working on Samsung Internet team, and I'm editing service workers.
I'm Alex Pomorowski. I'm a product manager on the Chrome team, and I'm excited that the web still has that strength of no gatekeepers. That's really cool.
Hi, Dan Appelquist, also working at Samsung and W3C Tag co-chair. So 2 hats on this panel, and I think I'm really interested in the experimentation going on. Some of the stuff that Andreas presented around what the lifecycle management of progressive web apps are, how they get installed, how we might be exposed to the URL, all that kind of stuff.
Hi, I'm Alex Russell. I'm a software engineer on the Chrome team, and I'm most excited about how much faster you're going to make the web this year with all the stuff that we've just built.
I'm Tal. I'm a product manager on the Chrome team, and I'm most excited about PageSpeed module and how you can use it to help users save data.
Hi, I'm Ben Kelly from Mozilla on the DOM team, and currently I'm probably personally most excited about streams because that's what I'm trying to implement at the moment. And I think it's cool.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ali Alabas from the Microsoft Edge team, and I'm really excited about service workers.
I'm Tao Tran. I lead partnerships for Chrome and the web platform team, and I'm most excited to have everyone's phones be a combination of native and web apps, and it doesn't matter to the user.
Nice. Okay, my name is Jeremy. I work at a little agency called Clear Left. I'm a web developer. And something we sometimes do when we're kicking off client projects is we'll have what's called a pre-mortem, where we say, okay, it's 9 months out, the project's finished, and it was a complete disaster. What went wrong? And I'd actually like to do that in terms of the web and where we are. Yes, it's a very exciting time, but maybe it's good to get out into the open what the stakes are, and what are the worst-case scenarios if we fail with these progressive web apps here. And I'm particularly interested in hearing from not just Google, but also from Microsoft and from Opera and from Mozilla. So Ali, actually, I mean, how important is all this stuff?
I think it's very important. Actually, if you guys aren't aware, Microsoft has this concept of a hosted web app, which is something that we had started back in 2011 as part of our web apps journey. And just recently, we have this thing called a hosted web app, which is basically just a manifest that you can publish to the store, which points to a URL, and then you can basically run your app inside of Windows, whether that's the phone or an actual desktop. And it runs it in its own contained state. So we do have some kind of history there with apps and the web together. And we're really excited with these new technologies such as service workers and the cache and fetch and whatnot to really bring forward some of the technology that will help us get to apps that are more like their native counterparts.
Okay, Ali, that wasn't what I asked. Ben, from Mozilla, what's at stake here? How does the web look in 5 years' time if this stuff doesn't succeed?
Well, that's a good question. I don't have a crystal ball, but I mean, I think all the data is suggesting, right, more and more people are using mobile to start. And I think, as Alex has pointed out, a lot of people are spending the majority of their time in native apps. So creating a more compelling capability on the web for people to build useful sites that people want to spend time in is really important, because there has to be a real value there for people to use the web on the mobile. And if we don't build that value for people and allow it and allow people to get locked into the silos again, I think we lose a lot of the value of the open web in terms of being able to share information freely, being able to not just consume the information, be able to share it freely, and have an open marketplace where new ideas can come in, not just in content, but also from browsers and whatnot.
Well, in case of Microsoft and Google and Apple, they got backups because not betting on the web. Andreas, Opera is pretty much all in on the web, right? It's all you do. So what does the end game look like here if these technologies don't take off?
Yeah, it's a bit scary, of course, especially because we've invested so strongly in the web. So it's because we believe in it, and its open nature, its power, and so on. So it is. I've been concerned, or increasingly concerned, about sites or services that just use a website to channel people to download the app, and so it's really exciting to see less of that and more an experience fully in the browser than handing off everything, all the exciting stuff to native apps. So yeah, it wouldn't look so pretty, I think, if mobile was completely dominated by native app frameworks and formats.
So, and Daniel and Young-Ki, in your case, I mean, Samsung, you own the device. Why do you need to bet on the web? Because native works for you guys.
Actually, well, web ecosystem is really important to Samsung as well, because we have all the devices deployed out there, and we made our own browser, and also it's a new ecosystem to us, added to those Android and Tizen ecosystems. So we see our opportunities there together with you. So it's the reason why I'm here to just say that it's not only Google, but we are here together as a team web.
Yep, team web, I love that.
Yeah.
Okay. Alex, everything's going to be fine, isn't it? I mean, 5 years out, if this stuff doesn't take off?
I'd like to sort of flip the question. I know you're going to
I was going to flip the question later. So we start with the dystopia, then we go to the utopia.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll wait. But so, okay, what are the stakes? My belief is that large, stable platforms don't actually die. They just sort of pass quietly into the night. And so the web could do that. That could be a thing that happens. And more of the experiences that you want to spend your time in just aren't available there, especially as you switch form factors. Form factor switches tend to exacerbate those existing tensions. And so if we want to continue to have a free and open, interoperable, cross-device, cross-platform ecosystem that any new OS could show up and play in, or any new browser could show up and show a better way. I mean, what Andreas showed is incredible, right? The UI innovation that comes from not having a single gatekeeper, like Alex said, is what has made the web so powerful. And if the platform can't support the experiences people want to build, that momentum will slow.
Okay. Listen, I want to address something, because a lot of questions are coming in from that document you're filling in, and there were a lot of questions about Apple. When will mobile Safari do this? When will Apple do that? There's no point in me asking those questions to any of the people up here, because they don't work for Apple. I guess it is a big elephant in the room. They were invited, but they're not here. They generally don't tend to come to any events like this. But some people might think, well, even if mobile Safari doesn't support service workers, that's okay, because I can install Chrome on iOS, and I can install Firefox on iOS, and I can install Opera on iOS. Would anybody from those companies like to explain exactly what those browsers on iOS are? Just clarify.
I can.
Ben, Andreas?
Sure. I believe the store, the iOS store has a contractual constraint that they don't allow the execution of JavaScript or downloaded content that hasn't gone through the review, executed code that hasn't gone through the review. So you can't put up a generic browser that downloads JavaScript from the web and run it. And their explanation for this is to prevent malware. They don't want people to. There are other side effects, I guess you could say. So that means that Chrome, I believe, Opera and Firefox are all essentially wrappers around Safari's engine inside. And there's different ways of doing that, which I'm not an expert on, but and we try to add value at the product layer and at the network interface layer. You can do some things by intercepting the network requests. But it's not the same Gecko engine or Blink engine running there.
So, okay, so there you have it. So but you cannot install any other browser, basically, other than Safari onto iOS, right?
Oh, yeah, Opera Mini is using also the web UI view, I believe. But there is a mode where you can switch to server-side press to rendering. But then, you know, the engine lives on the server, not really on the client.
Right.
And even if you can, it won't support service workers either, because that's sort of a different, you know, it needs to live on the client. So it's kind of a yes, but actually not really type of thing.
But nonetheless, so let's say on Android, where I genuinely do have a real Opera mobile installed and a real Firefox for Android installed, and if it's a Samsung device, then I've got Samsung browser installed as well as Chrome. All right, so maybe I'm trying different browsers. Let's say I visit a website that is a progressive web app in Opera, and I add it to my home screen, or maybe I visit something in Firefox and add it to my home screen. Now, each time I open one of those things I've saved to my home screen, am I opening the browser again? Or if my preferred browser is, let's say, Chrome, do they open in Chrome? How does this work?
It's the first one. It's that you'll be opening it up in the browser that you used to add it to the home screen. And that's the same that if you've got like Chrome and Chrome Dev and Chrome Beta installed and you add to the home screen using one of those, it will launch in the one you added to home screen using.
Okay. Is that because with progressive web apps, the storage is done with the cache, and each browser has its own individual cache?
So from the user perspective, it could be quite confusing if you tap on a thing and you forgot that that you added it with a different browser, and then you clear out the cache, and now you find the thing that you added to your home screen and maybe you even forgot was built using web technology no longer works. So that moment when you add to home screen, we are increasingly seeing as sort of a special moment when you mint these things into something that feels more like an app.
Okay, so the storage is basically at the browser level because it's individual caches. Is that the best idea? I mean, we see push notifications happen at the OS level. Should storage be at the OS level?
But let me ask you a question. How many people besides like us web technologists in this room have 5 or 6 different browsers on their phone that they use all the time, right? I mean, most people have one browser that they use on their phone, and that it's because it's the browser that shipped with the phone, or it's the browser that the people that that they know who know something about this told them to use, or they saw an advertisement for Chrome and they saw something. So then that they're going to stick with that. So actually, I've been thinking about this issue too, because you can have multiple progressive web apps from the same web app installed onto your phone simultaneously. Actually, it's actually a good thing for testing. I'm not so sure if it's a real user experience problem because, again, I don't think most people use multiple browsers.
Okay. While I'm diving deep in how I would interact with progressive web apps on different browsers, let's say I go to example.com, it's a progressive web app, and I install it to my home screen. Now later I'm surfing the web in a web browser, and I follow a link to example.com. Now I take it that's just going to open in the browser, but could it perhaps pop open like an app? It's almost like web intents, right? Where instead of at the protocol level, now it's at the URL level? Yeah. Alex, you look like you're thinking about this?
Sure, yeah. So we have a technical limitation today because of the way Android works. Other OSs could do a significantly better job here, by the way. We've designed the technology between manifests and service workers to give you this idea of the scope for the service worker, which joins up a bunch of different URLs. So we could say, if you navigate to example.com/thinger, that is actually a navigation that should be handled by the example.com app. And we could send it there, and we could open it in new UI. Today, we have a system limitation on Android that prevents that. We can't know when a progressive web app has been uninstalled from your home screen, and that means that we can't reliably decide to send you to a full screen thing, because the home screen icon is basically the permission to run something full screen. That prompt that you're saying yes to, it's adding a capability to the website, which is the ability to run full screen. And so if you've revoked that capability, but we don't know it, it would be bad for us to just open it full screen again. But I think there's a future in which that's exactly what happens, potentially, where if you navigate to URLs that are handled by an app, just exactly the same way they work in Android, you should be able to do that.
You mentioned permissions there, and it seems like a lot of what progressive web apps are doing is seeing what works on native and doing that. So, oh, nice, having your icon on the home screen, launching full screen, all this kind of stuff.
Well,
so
I would say it looks more like native is looking at what the web does with permissions and copying us.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, should we be looking to native apps in the way they handle permissions?
Well, no, I mean, and so we've always gone with the model of ask just in time that we need the permission, and we're sticking with that. We're looking at sort of other ways to innovate there, but it's very much things like Android are switching to a model of the just in time thing. So we're ahead on this.
Oh, actually, while I've got you here, speaking of native, looking at what the web is doing, kind of imitating that. What's the deal with the streaming apps, native apps thing on Android?
Oh, instant apps.
Yeah, instant apps. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah,
it's like
so
a slap across the face to the web right there.
So I don't see it as quite a slap across the face, I guess. And I think Google often tries to make sure that developers on different platforms can be successful. And I think historically, when you look at web, you've had low friction, which is due to this incredibly powerful security model that we've honed over the past 25 years collectively, which is quite an accomplishment. This low friction, but also low capabilities. And native apps have historically had high capabilities, but also high friction. And so progressive web apps has been a multi-year effort from multiple browser vendors working on service workers, push notifications, to bring those high capabilities to the web. And I think that the Android native instant apps is kind of similar in that it's a multi-year effort to bring lower friction to native apps as well. But what I think is cool about progressive web apps is we've worked on this together. You've seen a bunch of different browser vendors who are either have already shipped a bunch of these capabilities that you can use today with more on the way. And so that's what I think is really cool is you can go out as a developer and use this stuff today with progressive web apps.
So Alex says, how do you feel about streaming web apps, or streaming native apps? You want it to succeed? You behind it?
So I think it's great that lower friction allows users to be exposed to a diversity of experiences, and I think that's fundamentally good.
Not what I asked.
So I think it's good that native apps are also learning from some of the things that web has done well. Just like I think it's great that the web has learned about some things that like robust offline push notifications and other things that we learned kind of from native. I think that's great.
I think it's interesting because last time we were on a panel together, it was in Brighton, and it was kind of at the time where some people were sort of saying, should the web stop adding features for some amount of time? Should it stop developing? And the case I made then is like, no, we should look at the things that are successful on native, and we should take those because do you know what? They're coming for us. They're going to do the same. And this is part of that. They're coming for our best features, so we should go for theirs as well.
This is the kind of dystopian 5-year outlook I was looking for, Jake.
But I wonder if the question isn't what we think about and whether we want it to be successful. I think at the end of the day, it's about developer success, right? And so making sure that developers have access. If you believe that your business is going to do much better on native, then I think we want you to be successful there. And if you think your business is going to do better on the web, we want you to be successful there as well, right? So I think for us, it's really about making sure that people, like developers like yourselves, have the best tools across both platforms.
Yeah, it's funny. The first day we had great talks from you and Alex talking about comparing numbers between native and web, and there were some great numbers in there, like the average number of apps installed per month or added to a home screen, and native apps is 0. Well, if that's the case, why are we chasing after the home screen? How will we know we've succeeded if people install an average of 0 web apps to their home screen? Because then we've achieved parity with native.
Well, so for me, one thing that's important with this is with native apps today, there's this all or nothing choice. I haven't met this thing before. I don't know what it's going to do for me, and I have to decide, do I want to add this to my home screen?
Well, not anymore with streaming native apps, right?
Well, I think that's the direction they're trying to get to some extent as well. But that's why I think with progressive web apps, it builds on that progressiveness. That's one of the reasons progressive is in the name, is that as a user, you go to it, as you use it, as you build a relationship with it, you can progressively build a better experience with push notifications, home screen, and all the rest. And that you've spent time with this thing, so you feel more comfortable giving it more permission to do extra things for you.
It's not a cold call, right? It's not a cold call. You're not saying, "Hey, would you like my app?" It's more like, "You like this? Do you want to keep it?"
And if you don't want to, if it's something that you're only gonna, if it's an airline that you're only gonna ever use once, right? Or you don't think you're gonna fly them again, you're probably not gonna put them on your home screen. You're just gonna use it from the browser, and that should be fine. And the whole application should work fine within the browser, within a regular tab. Then you find out next year, oh, actually, I'm gonna be traveling a lot to Riga. I better. Put this on my home screen. Okay, at that point you can make that decision, right? It's it's up to the user, and I think that's an important aspect.
The data usage is a huge thing that we hear over and over and over again, even from users in wealthy Western countries.
Yeah, the storage constraints that devices have, ignoring even the data cost or the fact that you need connectivity to install it in the first place, just create a huge difference in the accessibility of even trying something out for the first time. And so I think we do need to both go in each direction, but each has something that it's geared towards. So if you're building an experience that is really targeting users who are just coming online, a native app might not be the right choice, and a web app is probably the right choice to remove some of those barriers, but there are other situations where it might be the reverse. And the user shouldn't have to pay the price. Us as developers should pick what's best, given the problem we're trying to solve.
We talk about the next billion. What kind of devices are they? Are they newer things, older devices? What are they?
So they're new devices in that they're being built new, and they were released in certain years. But a lot of their specs are ones that we associate from sort of previous years in some of the more developed markets. So in the US or in the UK or Europe, there'll be devices that we think of from several years ago. They may be shipping Jelly Bean on the device. Device size might be a lot smaller, amount of storage space and RAM will be a lot smaller. People rely a lot more on SD cards, which means they can also remove it and hand it to someone else. And so how people are actually interacting with data and storage constraints just varies pretty drastically as well.
So I guess, the responsibility is on us to be responsible with storage. And that brings up something, Alex, in your talk yesterday, you were showing the AMP demo there with the Washington Post, and you click through, and there's the Washington Post AMP thing, and it was able to install the service worker with that custom element. But I was looking at the URL bar, and that wasn't the Washington Post. It was on the CDN from So I talked to Paul Bax, he explained it's an iframe, and using an iframe you can install Service Worker from somewhere else. Emily, that seems to violate the principle of least surprise to me, right? I thought the whole idea with Service Workers was it can only, same origin. And I realized iframes kind of are just a browser window, but we could abuse this pretty badly, right? And fill up a device with 20 service workers when you've only visited one web page with 20 iframes.
So service workers require HTTPS, and I explained some of the reasoning behind this yesterday. It's absolutely one of the reasons is because service workers sit between the browser and the network, right? And so that means that any person on the network could be managing the requests that are sent back and forth. And that's actually why we require HTTPS.
But is the iframe thing a bit of a loophole there about the same origin, in that I feel like I'm visiting one URL, and yet it's installing Service Worker or Service Workers for another URL.
So one of the things about this is actually, if you embed an iframe today in another page, and it might store stuff in IndexedDB, you can do the same. You can have the same kind of behavior. And so actually, one thing to clarify is that Service Worker is using the same storage that the website would have been using other technologies, IndexedDB, the cache, others. And the browser reserves the right to evict those under certain conditions. And so it's similar, actually, in practice to what's been possible to date.
That specific demo, the AMP install service worker element on the CDN hosted version of that document, that element is a little canny. It looks to see if the canonical URL in that document is the target URL that you're trying to install for. So it won't let you install them willy-nilly. It has to be the same document there. So that's built in the AMP install service worker.
But I could put on my website a bunch of iframes that load other websites I happen to have built.
Absolutely, and this is actually part of the web's second most powerful feature. The first one is URLs, of course, but we do runtime composition like no other platform ever has or ever can in a safe and trustworthy way. We are, only because of the safety that Alex mentioned earlier, because we've actually honed this security model where we are relatively good compared to other platforms about user privacy and security. That's the only reason we can do anything across origins or with mashups. Yes, but that's the status quo, and it's also an incredible power that we've got and nobody else can get.
So that storage demo that we saw earlier, storage abuser thing, that is using iframes. It's not using Service Worker. It's just iframes and IndexedDB and everything. So it's not a new problem.
That's iframes.
I just wanted to point out also that there's room for browsers to add some features here, like you can go and turn off cookies in third-party iframes. It's very similar to that. And currently in Firefox, if you turn off third-party cookies and iframes, we don't allow service workers in those iframes either, or IndexedDB or any other storage.
Nice.
And so I might be wrong, but I think Safari has that turned on by default. It'll be interesting if and when they implement, if they make a similar decision.
And speaking of the things that browsers can do differently, we're all familiar with the Chrome algorithm, I guess, for adding to home screen, right? It's got to have HTTPS, got to have a service worker, you've got to interact with it a couple of times. Andreas, is it pretty much the same for Opera, or tweaking it?
The install banner, you mean?
Yeah.
For now, it's the same.
It's the same?
We've implemented the same logic simply for consistency, but we could tweak it. It's like there's other, could be other conditions, but it seemed pretty reasonable.
And currently Firefox doesn't have any automatic.
We're still looking into it. Like the experiment that was run was very, if you visit it 5 times in a period of time, we would show it. But I think we need to have a designer look at what's right there. I am a little bit cautious just because this is a heuristic that's not spec'd. Almost, I think it's on purpose to allow some innovation here. And at the same time, we do see some convergence on a single heuristic so far. And the feedback I've gotten from developers is they care a lot about it. So they're trying to meet that heuristic. And so it concerns me a little bit that it's not spec'd.
Ali, is Microsoft going to have an automatic banner pop up?
Yeah, we're looking at a few options. We're still in our planning phase for this specifically, but we want to be as we want to not be as restrictive as we can. So, for example, if you have a responsive application, you have a web manifest, we think that's enough for you to declare that you're an application. We've also talked a little bit about, in that post that Jacob Rossi had about the progress of web apps, how we're looking at maybe leveraging Bing to crawl the web to find any manifests that we want to ingest as apps into the store. So that experience would actually allow you to install with the store onto your machine.
And the other thing the browsers can do differently is, like, Andreas, what you showed us there with the ambient badging.
Yeah.
It's like, great, shots fired. Opera's taking the lead here. Beat that, other browser vendors. Any plans? Any ideas? Want to share this with the rest of the class?
Well, first of all, I wanted to answer your previous question about the heuristic, because actually Samsung browser have more like what Ali was talking about. It's just purely needing the manifest file.
So you're saying HTTPS is not a requirement?
HTTPS is a requirement.
Oh, okay.
Just
want to clarify that.
Yeah. No?
It's actually it's not a requirement because it doesn't really require service workers yet. But there's a history. Like we shipped W3C manifest in our 3.0, and we shipped service workers in 4.0. So by that time, we shipped W3C manifest. We just wanted to deploy it, and we found it that some of the content providers in Korea actually use it as a like a hosted web app, and that's why we actually started from there. So we are still experimenting what would be the actually better user experience. Also distributing this progressive web apps in a better way. So we are still just working on it.
Emily, I take it that the progressive web app at the home screen is a nice carrot for you to dangle in front of people and say, this is a reason for moving to HTTPS?
Sure, you could say that. I think there's a lot of different reasons why we want people to move to HTTPS.
Do you tend to prefer carrots or sticks? Do you like to threaten people that they should move to HTTPS or entice them to move to HTTPS?
I think both could be useful in certain situations. But I think we like to think of HTTPS as actually one of the things that enables the web to be so open and so low friction. And so it's actually a very positive thing.
Okay. So on the ambient badging, if anybody's got any other ideas, just shout them out.
I just want to say, I think it's awesome to see what Opera's doing here, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see what other browsers do, because it's not 100% clear what this should look like, and that's one of the awesome things about having multiple independent implementations that are trying out different UIs and seeing what works best in practice. So I think another thing I want to emphasize is that we've heard a lot of developer feedback from a lot of folks, and that's led to us changing some of our heuristics right now. And one thing that we've seen again and again is there are some use cases where the very first visit, as a user, I want to add this to my home screen, and you want some way, some affordance to do that or know that it's a special thing. And so we're also exploring some ways to do some ambient badging for progressive web apps as well.
Something else that comes up, the idea of discovery or re-engageability with progressive web apps is the idea that, we need a progressive web app store, or now we see Microsoft are actually going to treat them like regular apps, right?
Yeah, they'll be first-class citizens in terms of other apps. They'll be right up there with other native applications in the store. So when you search for the app, you'll find it like any other application.
But do we need a progressive web app store? I mean,
it'll be the same thing.
But isn't Bing.com a progressive web app store? Kinda.
I think about this in terms of distribution. You make an experience and you want to get it in front of users, and what's the way that you can do that most effectively? As a developer, you're trying to get users into your experience, and as a platform, we're trying to make sure that only experiences that are worth keeping are things that you're actually sort of in your face to ask to be kept. So that's where the heuristics come from. But discovery can happen in lots of different ways. Search is a great one. I'm so excited that Microsoft is doing the store route. We've talked a lot about that on the Chrome team. I think the ambient badging that Opera is leading on is outstanding, and I think we're going to see all of the above, really, because we're here to try to help you get your experiences in front of users when they like them the most.
But I do think that I would like to see us tightening, this may be a personal opinion, tightening the heuristics from what we have now in Chrome. And because we detect a service worker now, but I want us to get to a point where we're detecting an offline experience. I mean, at the very least, the fallback page. Like, I really want us to be able to build user trust in the things that end up on the home page. Yeah. And I think if we end up showing browser error messages, there's no trust there.
Okay. And so interesting, in your prompt at home screen, you also don't accept display browser for adding that prompt.
Is that for me? Or
Yeah.
I think we do actually.
Oh, so there is a difference.
Yeah, we do accept display browser as well, as far as I know, at least. I'll have to check, but yes, we do, because in the Guardian it works. So
Opera takes the lead again. All right.
But I think this, having these strict strict rules for when it's shown, both in terms of technical capabilities and user engagement, they're pretty crucial. At first you would think, well, let's try to make this as easy as possible for developers and just show it as soon as possible and so on. But then aside of this maybe not being ideal for the user, it sort of also, I think, makes everybody a bit lazy, like, well, it will work and I don't have to do much, just include one file and it's like this magic file you put in the root and suddenly everything, you get all these banners for free, and possibilities to get users to add things to the home screen. I think it's good to start with pretty strict requirements and maybe even make them more strong over time, just to sort of make the web better and make it really worth it. Like, because adding something to the home screen is like a special thing, right? It's like
a privilege.
It's a privilege, right? It's like a certain KPI, if you will, like a kind of a conversion event or whatever you call it. And I think that's important to keep in mind.
Apart from Samsung, all of you that make browsers, so you also make browsers for the desktop as well as mobile. How does add to home screen look, work, feel on desktop? I mean, I use Slack, and it's a desktop app, but I know under the hood it's actually web technology. So any ideas on how we're going to cross that uncanny valley?
So you've heard my answer. You guys have seen probably the WhatsApp for desktop, which is basically just a web view instead of an application that you could put on your desktop. So as far as you're concerned, it's an app. And that's sort of the same idea with Windows.
But the install process there is you go to the store?
So for that, the WhatsApp example is you go to the site and you install it from there. But for what I've described earlier, you'd actually go to the Windows store and you'd search for the application and then you can install it.
Okay. Well, I'm in a browser. I'm at a URL. It's a progressive web app. I'm on a desktop browser. I want this installed.
So we've actually launched an add to shelf. But butter bar inside of Chrome for Chrome OS. So that exists today, so if you load a progressive web app there, you should get it with the same heuristics. We're still looking hard at what that would mean or what the UI would mean. Desktop is, we supported a bunch of desktop OSs, and there are a lot of differences in getting high quality system integration. Actually, it's a little bit easier when you just have one activity at a time in Android than it is to sort of like handle Alt-Tab and all the rest of the details of the desktop OS. I'm, again, extremely excited that Microsoft is going to lead on this.
Yeah, good. Just to check, because I'm running out of time, do people in the audience have questions? Eager? We have a couple. Okay, well, let's get Paul to throw the microphone. Where's Paul gone? Yeah, he's got the microphone somewhere. You can throw it over there. Meanwhile, I just want to be setting up while you're getting the microphone. Yesterday, we're hearing from Matt a lot of disdain for documents and a lot of excitement for apps. And we've been talking about progressive web apps. I wondered if anybody here could tell me what an app is. Anyone. As opposed to, the rest of the web.
Progressive web app is a marketing term.
No, but
right?
just app. Just app. What's an app?
Can I try it?
Yeah, go.
I'm going to be the fool who tries.
Don't do it. It's a trick.
It's a trap.
It's not an app on Android because it's made with Java. It's not an app on Android because it's made with C++. It's not an app on Android because you distribute it one way or the other, sideload and APK. It's an app because the overall user experience is set by the OS about what is a first-class citizen and what isn't. And so being an app is simply meeting the user's expectations of all of the other things that the OS has given privilege to, and all the other affordances that you're integrated into. And that's what an app is.
Is that what you're seeing, Tao, when you know, looking at native, looking at web? Do people generally think, like, it doesn't matter, it's just an app?
I don't know, at this point, I mean, I will come from a non-technical perspective on this. I mean, when I think about an app, it's just, people just think a better user experience on mobile. I mean, and that's, you know, so we often describe progressive web apps as like these app-like experiences.
So,
and so people
better.
think about it. It's just a more like native access to probably the OS, access to the device, being able to actually feel like a rich, fuller experience. So I think about it in terms of what the user is able to experience, and less so about kind of the distinctions in terms of technical specs and stuff.
So is it an app when it's still in the browser? I haven't added to my home screen yet. Is this an app?
Anything that is an application that you interact with to achieve some goal is an app.
Is my blog an app?
Yeah. Google Maps on my browser is on
Wikipedia?
on my computer. Yes. Well, yeah, I think so. You know, yeah.
No one listening to me. It's a trap.
I know it's a trap.
It's amazing. We can divide the whole web into apps and documents. Isn't that something? Yes.
Hi.
Up to your mouth, please. Don't lick it, but close to the mouth.
When you're browsing in the App Store, you see how big an app is, and when you try and install it, and you don't have enough space, well, it says, sorry, you can't install it, and then you have to choose what you remove. But when a progressive web app, you install it, and you don't have enough room, the browser decides what to remove, and then the user might lose an app that he likes to keep. How do you think about that?
So this is part of the storage APIs that we saw earlier, this idea of being able to request persistent storage. And if you're granted that permission, then you can store as much as you want, and the browser will not remove it. And the hope is we can get to a position where if the device does come under storage pressure, then you'll go to the menu you go to where everything's listed with the biggest thing at the top. But it won't just be Chrome sitting there using gigabytes. It will be origins. Like all of your persistent origins will be there separately, so you can decide, do you know what, that game can go, but all of my offline videos can stay.
You can cache the request with the service worker. Can you upgrade that to a persistent storage?
So just want to just clarify. We've pulled the world's largest bait and switch at application installation time, right? By the time you get that prompt at the bottom in Chrome today, we've already done all the work of storing everything, right? You've already got all. That's the best part, right? You're already using the thing. The question isn't do you want to install it? It's do you want to keep the thing you've already got, right? We're doing the upsell. We're not like trying to get you into the car in the first place. It's like, do you want leather seats?
There was somebody else had a question right behind you. I think, okay, just throw the microphone back there. It won't hurt. And I think it might have to be the last question because.
Hello. I have a question. It's too loud. No. I have a question related to the future of native apps. So some years back, everybody wanted to have an app because it was the app boom. So everybody invested money, developers invested time learning new stuff. And now we see with progressive apps that we are moving towards a different paradigm. So in the future, if these things really, like it's a thing, what will be the future of native apps? Why would I want to install a native app if I get the same from this?
This is brilliant because this pretty much ties into how I was going to wrap this up, which was instead of the pre-mortem, we'd have the 5 years out. We've succeeded. Progressive web apps, people are using them, but this is a great addendum to that. Well, what are people using native apps for in this beautiful utopia of progressive web apps? Who wants to talk about this future?
I'd say that high games that require high CPU and high GPU will be the last things to sort of come to the web.
The last bastion. Okay, games. Yeah.
Well, In 2006, I posted a vision of kind of a future of web, a future of mobile, basically. And because I saw that a lot of people were starting to, this is pre-iPhone, a lot of people were starting to download internet-connected apps for photo sharing and all this kind of stuff. And my view, which I still hold, is that native apps are going to play a role in that, but more and more the web, and alongside of the web, the web and native apps are, or should both play a role, and we want the web to, wherever possible, to become the vector for whatever experience the user gets, for whatever applications the user is using. So whether that's a native app or a web app. So I think that's the future that I see, because I think that we're never going to do away with native apps, and nor should we really seek to do that. But I think that if we make the web as good a platform as it can be, then we're going to make everybody's lives easier, including users and developers.
And Ali, you have a vision?
I think we shouldn't think of this as a competition. I think it's more about providing options for developers. So whether you're a web developer or you're a C++ developer, you have options.
Okay, Tal, paint me a picture. 5 years out for the next billion, how does life look?
Well, I think there's always going to be a next billion, at least given our population growth around the world at this point. So there will probably be a new next billion. Hopefully the billion we're currently thinking about will be online, and ideally, if we do everything we've talked about here, able to access really great experiences even under the conditions they're in. But I do think we'll see probably devices that we think are top of the line today that might not be considered top of the line in 3-5 years. And while we're seeing really a lot of improvement in network connectivity around the world, and I know there's a lot of ambitious goals in making that the case globally, there will still be people who are coming online for the first time and don't necessarily have the context that we all have with the internet, and have their different context. Who knows what form factor it will realistically be? You know, maybe it's going to be like, I don't know, some crazy thing you wear on your toe. Who knows? But there'll be people who have never interacted with anything. So as soon as we're sort of looking at these transitions, there's always going to be a next billion. I don't think it'll be solved. And we're going to be needing to adapt. And just, I think the biggest takeaway is just think about people who come from a context different than your own, and figure out what that context means for how you can make sure that the problem you're trying to solve can be solved for them as well.
Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up, and I want to thank all the panelists. I want to thank Paul Kinlan, actually, for asking me to moderate this, because I thought that was pretty brave of him. But ladies and gentlemen, we're having a lunch break next, but please give it up for all these panelists. Thank you.
Hello. Cool, thank you. I mean, you guys can all come off if you want to stay on. If you want to stay on, if you want, it's good. I'm going to say thank you, Jeremy, not for the panel, but for mentioning web intents. That's good. You always like that. No, the panel was great. I enjoyed it. One of the things I was going to say is that I know there's a lot of other questions. We do have the office hours after this. So after this session now, we've got some lunch. We've got codelabs. The codelabs are on the 3rd floor if you go through, where we'll have people helping you build or integrate kind of progressive web apps into kind of experiences. We've got a load of tutorials and guidance to go through. It's pretty good. It's on the 3rd floor. You have to get through the lift, or the elevator, or whatever we call it, the lift. The office hours are going to be in the main foyer. They're going to be labeled up as kind of different areas. We're all going to be pretty much there. So if you have extra questions that you want to ask, we'll be able to answer all the questions that you have for during the day, at least. I do have things. It's not that slide. Live stream and record. Oh God, yeah, I've completely forgot what I was supposed to talk about. The live stream is about to end. I'm very sorry for live stream viewers, but thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. There is a lot of questions that came through from people who are on the live stream. I'm going to try and work out a way that we can sort out kind of different answers and a bunch of other stuff that we can help out, like help give you that information that you asked for. Because obviously you're not here, so you can't ask the panelists. But yes, thank you very much for coming to the live stream at least, and then we'll see you soon. The videos will be available pretty soon. The other piece is, now that we're over, I can start talking